Wong, Chase Shaw, the captain of this Indigenous team in the #1 strip, working up the middle with Reupload as they approach the 7-meter line. A few late changes to the Indigenous team as they run an ML going out to the right-hand side. Ball goes to ground, and PNG will be happy with the defensive set on that one.
Yeah, Indigenous there, ML played to the link ball but dropped there, so look, PNG to subbing out here.
And PNG, they've come into this tournament with 12 players, so doing a little bit tough in terms of the numbers and the fitness will definitely be tested today, Pati, as they approach the 7-meter line, shaping to sweep. They go down to a 33 channel, and ball goes to ground. There was a close call from Deshaun Reupload getting a paw to it, ball going to ground, and that's a repeat set for PNG. Nate Wood, long-time PNG representative. Nate Wood, he's very experienced on the ball in the middle with Wong. Trying to get on the outside. They've run a 3-3 quickie. Touch has been called. That was a fantastic touch, and it had to be made there from Matthew Taylor.
Yeah, looking at the replay here.
On the ball in the middle.
Quickie here, outside the 7. He made it there. Bounces out. Yeah, touch was made there. Good call by the ref. Here we go.
As the long ball goes out to the left-hand side, PNG, they carry on their set. Late in the touch count, Wood pulling the strings, and he'll just hold the ball up, approaching the 7. Hayden Wong on the scoop, looking to go short side. He gets through, just needs to find the extra number, and they manage to find it out wide. Tobias Nona crosses over on the right-hand side. PNG make a statement there, Pati.
Yeah, great start from PNG. You mentioned before, 12 players. It will be tough for them throughout the carnival, but that's a great start. Short side there. And, yeah, good try down at their wing there. Excellent.
Yeah, Hayden Wong, he shaped to go infield, saw that the Indigenous defender tried to man him up. He just went bang off the left foot and went into the end goal, found the extra number on the outside. Three Wong brothers in all for this Papua New Guinea team. Hayden, as you saw, in #8, Daniel Wong and Brandon Wong as well. So they'll play a central part to this PNG outfit for this tournament as Indigenous approach the 7, looking to sweep on the left-hand side. They've got numbers. The long ball goes out. Ball not quite going to hand, but it was shaping nicely there for the Indigenous.
Yeah, that was good there. Numbers were there. This ball went to ground. Now looking at PNG, Josh Cartel, look like they're subbing out here, fading out to the winger. Touch 3 coming now.
Yeah, this is great pressure here from the Indigenous team. They're really applying some heat. The Indigenous outfit to the PNG set, and that's touch 4. Not really getting much momentum. They've got one more to come, and they're just struggling to cross halfway here.
So their strike now. Here we go, Wongi.
Yeah, those last touch recounts, they'll get you as a defensive unit. Got caught in the lane, and it just bounced off the chest there of Travis Simpson. So Hayden Wong, he set up their first one a couple of minutes ago. 15-minute halves we're running here. With a 2-minute halftime break as Wong just looking to pull the middles, and he does this really well, draws the penalty. And Hayden Wong, he has excellent feet, just drawing the defense out, trying to get 2 middles up, and he'll go again, looking for the quickie. He gets it on the short side, steps off the left foot, and that's a beautiful setup there. Hayden Wong, he set it up nicely and passed it off to his brother. That's a brilliant play there from PNG.
As we step back inside, yeah. Linked a little bit too far out there. Great work, Hayden Wong from the Southern Storm Club.
And just the way he sold the dive too, Putty, that was pretty handy work there from Hayden Wong, offloading to his brother Brandon. And PNG take a 2-0 lead early. There's just under 5 minutes already gone in this first half. Now PNG looking to run a sweep again. Just drawing the defense out. Shaw looking to scoop out a half. Just trying to get their cohesion right as they look to bounce out. A little bit clunky there from the Indigenous team.
Very clunky. Replaying the ball there. Indigenous trying to find their way in this first half. PNG looking to sub out.
Now, as they go down the left-hand side, as we mentioned, a few changes to the Indigenous team list. So if you've been following Australia Pasifika Touch Cup on your social media feed, you'll notice Cody Green has dropped out of the playing side of the Indigenous, but he'll be taking over the coaching reins in the sub-box. Very experienced as Cody Green, as well as Trent Tuma, Aaron Townsend, and Brandon Williams all dropping out of the Indigenous side as they got numbers on the right-hand side. Tries to thread the needle. And ball goes to ground, just not quite going to hand.
Indigenous driving out now. They're looking to sub with Taylor. Yeah, touch two there. Sweepers coming on. The latch.
Just warming into this game are the Indigenous as they approach the attacking half of the field. They've crossed halfway, which is a better yardage set from them. Getting down to the 7 metre, looking for a punish play out on the link. They step back to run numbers, and they've got a second phase, and they've got numbers there, but ball touch. It was a bit of a scramble defense there from PNG. I think there was a mix-up with the touch count. I think they might have been approaching the last on that touch here, as you see on the Struddies replay, which was why Nate Wood kind of stopped in the middle of play. But at the end of it, the Indigenous get a repeat set, and they'll have a full attacking set. Bit of gamesmanship there from Nate Wood, just attacking the arm of the Indigenous player there. And they'll get another repeat set on the line through John Brown.
Brown knocks back to...
So looking to get that open side quickie and really isolate that middle, and with sharp feet like that, I think the PNG defense is going to have to be on their toes as they look for another quickie play. They've faked that, thrown out the link to Simpson, and that's a great read out wide.
Really?
It was Adamson Palmer that shot up from the wing and shut down that play. A couple of more touches up their sleeve. They're looking to go to the short side, getting around the outside. Have they gotten through? I think they have. And the Indigenous crossed for their first one. Well, there was nothing really doing on that one, Patsy, but they managed to go through.
So as we look here, outside of the link. Oh.
Yeah, I think Nono was just expecting the touch to be called on the inside. As we know, #1 rule in any sport around the world is that you always play to the whistle, play to the ref, and they've managed to sneak one over there, the Indigenous, and they've pegged the deficit back to 1, so it's 2-1. We're about halfway through this first stanza, and Papua New Guinea looking to extend their lead, going through the middle.
Sweeper coming around.
It's Poa looking to get between the middles.
Yes, offside call, ball was down. PNG hit back 3-1.
Yeah, and they set it up nicely, didn't they? Poa looked really threatening as you see him in the #1 strip, just hovering around the back of the ruck. Straightened up on the sweep, went bang off the right foot. Taylor was caught offside, Simpson not in tight enough, and Javan Poa crosses for PNG's third.
Yeah, good hit back by PNG, so with 6 minutes, 40 to go, 48 to go. Indigenous looking to strike back here.
And I think they'll be disappointed with that, the Indigenous. As we know, when you score, the most important set is the very next one that you have to D out. So they've let one in there. They've got that lead increased back to 2. Looking for the counties plate. Throws the link ball. That was a beautiful hole. The pass was there, just the pass not quite going to hand. Chase Shaw puts it down, but what a ball there from Deshaun Leafy Bray.
It was there. PNG subbing out now.
Coming out to their box, and this is probably a better set from PNG. They lost their way on their yardage a little bit earlier in the half, but they seem to have cleaned that up a little bit. As Wood, he'll slow things down.
Yeah, one of their better drives in their subset.
And I think they'll just be happy to get through to the end of the set and plug it down, and even better, get a repeat count. You saw the head sort of get thrown back by Lefu Bray as he knew how important that last touch was, and now they've got a fresh set of 6.
Their third repeater in this half.
And I think 2 of them have come off the very final touch as well, so something that the Indigenous will want to have to clean up.
Cartel's got the numbers on him. Ball gone.
Wood looks to get the quickie, steps off the right foot, and that is as easy as you like for PNG. Riva and Brio goes over, and it looked a little bit too simple there for the PNG side. As we see on the Struddies replay, Wood, he just got the quickie, and it should have been just a simple shot, but the link just caught a little bit too wide there for Indigenous.
5 minutes to go. PNG up 4-1 over the Indigenous. See if Indigenous can get one back here.
And it's probably a well-deserved lead as well. Patsy, they've really been over the top of this Indigenous outfit. Although they haven't been, they've been sort of their own worst enemies at times. But when they've gotten down to the 7 metre, they've looked threatening on a couple of occasions.
Coming around.
It's Simpson. He's got the ball wide off the ruck, looks to dummy and dive over. Penalty is called offside. from the referee. And just a shout out to our referee contingent. 3 in action on this field, 3 in action on field 1. They'll be broadcast live throughout the day. And there's 18 refs across the tournament. So a huge shout out to our referees as the Indigenous look to sweep around the link. Simpson looks to dive over. Touch was made though. Great defense there out wide from Isla.
C1 play there.
There's Neen, pops the ball over the top. They've got a couple of middles up here, Indigenous. They might want to go on this play. Simpson gets the counties, looks to throw long. And great defense out wide there from Tobias Nona. Well, that was, that was a little bit better from the Indigenous team there. It was a more cohesive set, would you say?
Yeah, absolutely. Now PNG rucking down the far side there.
Trying to get to their box. They were happy to take it away and sort of just tram tracks down the right-hand wing. As the ball shifts back to the middle, they've got fresh numbers on, approaching the last touch. Brio goes on the scoop, looks to go short side, and ball goes to ground from Azariah Isla and just gets over about 7 metres off the 7. So Indigenous will have handy real estate to start their set as they look to ruck down their box side, get fresh numbers on. Crossing over halfway. Nifty little yards there from the captain, Shaw, as the drive goes down the middle, 3-3 channel, looking to scoop, gets on the outside. He manages to go through. The Papua New Guinea defender sort of colliding a little bit with the referee, but the touch was made. And that's a good set from the Indigenous.
Yeah, great set for the Indigenous coming from out of their 7. So looking now as they subbing off here. Good drive.
Yeah, there's a little bit more
great
purpose
drive. Yeah,
in this one.
A little better. They're getting better and they're better in their subsets here.
Now they'll approach the 5th touch. Wood, he'll go on the scoop. Fakes the switch on the inside. Looks to throw back over the top against the grain. But the ball goes to hand and the touch is affected. So handover, Indigenous now. And just as PNG did a couple of sets before, happy just to ruck down the tram lines on the right-hand side away from their box. So they'll keep the numbers on here as Taylor approaching the last set. Just lost a little bit of momentum there, did Matthew Taylor. Working in the middle with Butler. But they've got to the 7, looking for the quickie play. They'll skip to the short side. They've got numbers. They've popped it over the top. Jardy Neen will cross over. Well, apparently he was a little bit late to the warm-up this morning, but I'll tell you what, if you can finish off opportunities like that, then it doesn't matter what time you show up.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at this. Yeah, nice simple drawing pass there, right down between the link and the wing. So Indigenous hit back 4-2 with 1:35 to go.
I was just about to say, Putty, it's a timely hit back with 1.5 minutes left, because as we know, the few minutes sort of either side of halftime can be really important, and claiming the no touch out here on the left-hand side. I think the most important thing for the Indigenous would be to D up this set though. They've managed to peg the deficit back to 2. They won't want to extend that out for much further. But PNG, they've looked threatening on the line. Every time they've come down, they've got a sweep coming around. They've gone back to man on. And it's a little bit more cohesive, this Indigenous defense. They've gone back to the short side, but numbers are there. That is a great show of defense there from the Indigenous side.
Yes, that great effort there by Indigenous scoring the try and defending that set. Now they're going to ruck out, done the hard yards and out, see if they can score on the back end of this subset. Good drive there, halfway, touch 3.
And yeah, it was shaping nicely. They had the momentum. I was just about to say it would be nice for them if they could manage to score and get 2 even in before the halftime break. But the ball goes to ground, and PNG with 30 seconds left. Are they happy with the 2 touchdown lead? Or will they try and extend that out to 3 as we approach halftime? Remember, 15-minute halves we're running with here at the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. The ball goes to the middle. Wood inserts himself into the attack. There's just under 10 seconds left. Wong, he set up a couple, and he'll score one himself.
What a try, yes.
Right on the halftime buzzer. He came around on the sweep, stepped back, dummied, and sold that dummy to absolutely everybody.
Bang. Hayden Wong, instrumental in this first half for PNG. Set up 2, scores 1. PNG 5-2. Good half. What a great half.
What a good start to the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. And PNG, they looked they look probably the better side of the two in that first half. If you were in the box of the Indigenous side there, Putty, what would you be saying to your troops?
Look, I think the Indigenous, they're just finding their feet. I reckon they'll come out this second half. Cody Green there giving the troops a few messages there, so hopefully they can pick up and hit back, make this game really interesting.
I think maybe just getting down to their processes and getting from one 7 to the other 7. When they did that, they managed to go through the field quite easily. And then just a few wayward sets in there, but if they can make that a little bit more consistent, then they'll probably compete a little bit better in this second half. And on the other side of the draw, if you're Papua New Guinea, Coach Georgie Skeen, what would you be relaying to the boys there?
Oh, doing what they're doing. What they're doing is great. Fixing up their subsets are better, getting that drive. Their repeaters are hurting for Indigenous. Giving the message out there, Josh Cartel, the captain, very experienced player, for the young guns of PNG.
Yes, we've got an intriguing battle here in the halftime of the first fixture of the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. If you've just joined us, we have two fields live streamed in action. We've got the Indigenous men's side versus the Papua New Guinea men's side here on field 2. If you want to, you can switch over to field 1, where we've got the Cook Islands up against Niue, also in the open men's section. And just it's great to see the growth and the development of the Pasifika nations here, Putty. We had 4 nations last year. We've gone out to 7 nations this year, and yeah, it's great to see that development coming through. Oh,
it's amazing, mate. This is absolutely amazing. Great concept. And can't do it without all our sponsors: Clutch Entertainment, 7 Touch, Beanley Multisports, Tetty's Club, and Grubby's Burgers, and our main sponsor, Struddies. So can't do it without our sponsors. It's a beautiful day. It is a bit overcast, but it's a beautiful, nice breeze, nice and cool for the players to play the game. Well, that's it. I think when you're a touch player coming to a tournament, I think the last thing you want to see is absolutely no cloud cover, because that saps the energy quicker than anything. So I'm sure the players will appreciate this overcast day here in Beanley in Queensland as we get the second half underway. Papua New Guinea 5-2 up over the Indigenous outfit in round 1 of the Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. Nate Wood looking to go in. They're just looking to set up their ML, and just a bit of miscommunication there, I think, for the PNG side. Yeah, unfortunately, the ball went to ground. Now Indigenous getting out of their 7, reaching the 10 now, touch 2. And I think this is better for the Indigenous when they just managed to slow it down. I think probably sacrifice a little bit of speed in terms of getting their set complete. Set completion is probably a big thing for them. That's a great drive from Simpson, and he's managed to draw the penalty. That was a great drive there. Yeah, good drive, Simpson. Winning NTLs for Cobra's men's 30s a couple of weeks ago. And I think you'll find probably more than a smattering of those NTL stars that were out last week. Kaz Cup as well, which was last weekend. Here we go, Indigenous, yes. There we go, they've hit back and they've scored either side of half-time. As we see Taylor, he was really pulling the strings there, came out to the link, got the punish play, managed to draw Brio in for the shot, and then the other middle, just caught a little bit too far there, was Nate Wood, and Arthur Butler crosses for the Indigenous side. Yeah, good start, Indigenous. Woody there just a little bit out from his middle partner. Yeah, just got to be a little bit tighter there, as we see now PNG tapping off here. Wong, 1. Back in, 2. Cartel, Wong. Yeah, Cartel's really pulling the strings as well for the PNG outfit. So it seems as though him and Wood are really the senior members of the team, and they'll look to just direct traffic. But Wong, though, he holds his own as he looks for the counties play, and he'll look to throw double palms. Hits the link. The ball was there, just a half chance, not quite converted there for PNG. Yeah, good on his feet. Counties was on. Here we go now, the Indigenous driving down their wing. Yeah, and in 2 or 3 touches, they managed to cross the half. Drive.
This is a great set. And they need to look to strike on the back end, as they've gotten from 7 to 7. Here we go. Long ball. And he's a tall frame out on the wing, is Tobias Nona. So I don't know how Indigenous are going to throw long over him. He managed to jump up in the air snatched that out. But it was looking promising there for the Indigenous side.
Yeah, great drive from their 7. A lot of meters there. Looking at PNG.
And now this is sort of more of the end-to-end action we've become accustomed to. As 5th is approaching, they're getting close to the 7. Nate Wood, he'll drive in.
Back short. Here we go.
Beautiful feet there from Awai. They run a screen out the right-hand side. But the Indigenous managing to defend that set, and on the transition, they're pretty quick, smart onto this one.
Yeah, touch 2 coming. Simpson.
But I'll tell you what, the feet of Tyrell Awai there, just to skip to the outside, left the Indigenous defenders in as dust, getting through to the end goal. But the Indigenous now crossing over halfway. And just losing their way a little bit. But they've got 1 or 2 touches up their sleeve. Ball comes wide. You just want to set up nicely here, and they've just, I think probably if they had just pulled out and just set that up, they would have had a better strike on the back end of the set, although they've managed to go through anyway.
Yeah, touch and pass there.
And ball to ground is the call. It did go sort of, it was a touch and go one though, as the ball comes out to the right-hand side. PNG looking to sub their troops off, and that's a good drive there from Tyrell Awai. And they're looking for the sneaky play.
A foot on the line.
Yeah, it was a little bit touch and go down on the right-hand side. They managed to run that sneak, and Wong just putting a heel on the line. I'll tell you what, if he was half a size shoe smaller, he probably would have gone through, as I think it was the foot there, the heel touching the line, and great eyes there from our referees. Although they've managed to keep the ball, so it must have been a touch beforehand, or the referee's called himself as interference. So they've given the ball back to PNG with a few touches up their sleeve, approaching the 7-metre line. Wong, he's been in absolutely everything for the PNG side. And he'll look to set something up on a static 5th touch. The ball comes back to the right-hand side. The intercept's been thrown. And does he have the feet to go all the way? Does he have the speed? He's going all the way as Nalawa knocks. He will indeed. And against the runner play, Indigenous managed to nab their 4th. And I think there is, I don't know if you could pick that up on the live stream at home, but Nate Wood really laying it down to his troops. We don't need to throw those ones on a static 5th touch. Just go through and make the touch, because otherwise you'll end up with individual efforts like that from Nalawa Knox.
Yeah, look, try there from the Indigenous coming down the back of a defense set. Looking now PNG to driving through from the tap off. Touch 3's coming.
About 3/4 of the way through the game. Neen, he got up out of the line. A touch early according to the referee. But he did get in the lane, managed to snuff out that play from Papua New Guinea.
Penalty there for not moving up.
Now Nate Wood just looking to draw the middle. A bit of eye defence there from the Indigenous side. No touch called as the ball shifts back to the middle. Wood, he'll look for a quickie. Hits the link. Not quite on there for Papua New Guinea, but they reset. Brio looking to run a punish. Gets the quickie back. Beautiful dive there, but an even better touch from Indigenous. As the ball shifts back to the middle of the field, Hayden Wong, he's got his hands on it. Just pulling out of the touch, probably lucky to escape a penalty there, the Indigenous side. Great touch though from Simpson.
Yeah.
As the ball comes back to the middle of the field. They run along, steps off the right foot, and I think the Indigenous, they're probably a little bit more clued up to Hayden Wong. They've really shut him down the second half.
Yeah, they're staying a little bit tighter there, closing his options. Now Indigenous, Simpson taking out, driving off. Latcher coming on, no. Now he's on.
And they've held the ball up well, the Indigenous side, and a wayward pass. They've managed to lose ground on that touch, although they still cross halfway, and they've extended the play well here, Indigenous. And the ball comes back, middle of the field, looking to run a scoop on the back end. They've got 2 more touches, that's 4. Lifu Bray and Taylor working in tandem on the left-hand side. And looking to run a 4-on-3. Short ball, he double pumped there beautifully. And Indigenous, after being down for most of this game, they've managed to draw it up, Pati.
Wow, 5-all. Good drive set coming out of their 7 and attacking on that last play there, scoring the try.
And Deshaun, Brown got the touchdown, but it was the work from Deshaun Lifu-Bray coming out of half, double pumped and really sent the link scrambling, and then popped a short ball. Beautiful line run there from Brown. And 5-all. We've got a game on our hands here in round 1 of the Australia Pasifika Touch Cup for 2024. Round 1 fixture in the open men's, Papua New Guinea against the Indigenous. And Papua New Guinea, after leading for most of the game, we did talk earlier about their playing roster. They've come here with 12, so is that going to have an effect come the back end of the game, especially when you come up with errors like that? The try line was begging, and Indigenous will probably breathe a sigh of relief there. And coming through the field, looking to get fresh legs on. And I've really enjoyed the work out wide from the Indigenous wingers. They've done quite well as Lifu-Bray, he set up the try just before, looks to go long. And I think if they just finish through the line here, cries of get up from the Papua New Guinea box, and I think that last touch defense, that's a good effort there from PNG. They managed to push the Indigenous back about 5 to 10 meters, and that helps their transition set coming off their line.
Now Josh Cattell driving for 3, switches to Wong.
As they approach the last few touches of the set, Wood looking to direct traffic. Gets the scoop, he'll look to go to the short side. And it was close going, but that's a great set there from Papua New Guinea. They finish right down on the try line on their side. So the Indigenous, they're going to have trouble here getting out of their box, or getting to their box, sorry. And probably just letting them off the hook a little bit, Papua New Guinea. I think the fitness is probably starting to tell in this first matchup.
Rolling here now, Simpson.
I've been impressed by his work as well, Trevor Simpson.
Shaw, back to Knox.
Shaw,
the captain.
Short side. The switch was there. Beautiful try there from the Indigenous. Nate Wood is claiming the touch. And after being down, then drawing the game, they've managed to go up one. Beautiful scoop. What about the body control and the evasion there from Jermaine Wolford? He picks up the Indigenous' 6th try of the match, and with just under 4 minutes left, Papua New Guinea will be scratching their head saying, where did our lead go?
Indigenous, first time in the game. They're in front, 6-5. See if PNG can hit back here.
I think probably this is the area of the field where they've really knuckled down, isn't it, Patsy? The 7-meter line.
Yep.
We saw Wong, Hayden Wong, in the number 8 strip there for Papua New Guinea. He kind of tore them to shreds in the first half. But the words of Coach Cody Green in the Indigenous box seems to have worked wonders. Looking to run a sweep.
Sweeper.
The hole is there.
Oh, wow.
And they've drawn it up again. What a game we've got on our hands here. PNG cross. That was Javan Poa running the line. But what about the ball here from Awai? Beautiful link pass.
Ball.
And slamming it over the line to draw it up.
Yeah, good setup there. PNG hitting back. We have 3 minutes to go. A 6-all. Indigenous.
And with just under 3 minutes left, both teams will be wanting to apply a little bit of pressure. We see some heat coming from the PNG defense. They're really wanting to restrict the yardage, just coming off half.
Middle drive to going there now. Here we go, back.
Here's Taylor and Lifu-Bray. Yeah, they set up one of the tries a little bit earlier. As Lifu-Bray comes out of half, that's enough.
Ball 6 again.
I think he had the offside defender. If he had just dove for the line, I think they would have scored, as the defender there, Brio, for Papua New Guinea, was offside. But nothing quite doing there for Indigenous. 6-all is the score.
Lifu-Bray's got the, there we go. Quickie. Step in. Oh!
He's dummied, has gone over. Touch was called. Probably just on the hat, and I think if the hat was turned forwards, he might have got there, but as a good friend of mine has said, the number 1 rule in touch is if you wear a hat, it should be backwards. As Lifu-Bray comes out of half, the sweep goes around, they've got the numbers.
Last touch.
There. And they're out on their feet. I think the Papua New Guinea outfit, a bit of an injury break there. Let's hope it's nothing too serious. He did get his arm sort of caught in between the defender and the attacker. And approaching the last, this is the 5th and final touch for the Indigenous. They'll just want to kill on the right-hand side, I think.
Oh, ball down. Minute 28.
And who is going to take this game by the scruff of the neck in the last 90 seconds? Papua New Guinea. I'll tell you what, if you're hanging your head on someone, Hayden Wong, you'll hope he can recapture his form from the first half. Nate Wood, he just seems like nothing phases him, Nate Wood.
Composed.
Very composed, cool, calm and collected. And look at that.
A repeater.
All the experience in the world. And we talked about that at halftime, didn't we, Patsy? The repeat sets for the Indigenous outfit.
1 minute to go.
And I think they'll probably get the last roll of the dice here, Papua New Guinea. Just want them to get forward to the line.
That's it. Just go forward. Here we go. Captain Wong. Cartel. Fulbray, here we go.
Oh, and that's an unforced error, not one that's needed from Papua New Guinea. And the referee, you can see the clear communication with the Papua New Guinea players. And the penalty has been called. No touch, I think, a voluntary roll ball. So not exactly what Papua New Guinea were looking for towards the back end of that set. So with 30 seconds left, it'll in fact be the Indigenous that have the last roll of the dice. They cross halfway.
See what they got. Here we go.
Just under 20 seconds left. The scores are locked up in round 1 of the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. Shaw will get down to the 7.
Here we go.
And they're attacking. The Hooters gone. Wolford, long ball out to the left-hand side. And we've in fact got one more play. Touch is being called, and what a game there, Putty, between Papua New Guinea and the Indigenous. It ends up at a stalemate, but what a match in this first game of the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. What did you make of it?
What a great start to this sensational competition. PNG first half really got away to a good start, but the Indigenous fought back really hard and got into the lead there with a couple of minutes to go, and PNG getting back for a 6-all draw. Yeah,
as we see some of the highlights from the first half. As we see in the first half, it was Hayden Wong, wasn't it, Patsy, that really pulled the strings for the PNG side.
They shut him down in the second half.
They did, yeah. Well, he set up 2 and scored 1. And in the words of Coach Cody Green, in the first half, at halftime, it would have been to shut down that number 8, the nifty number 8. As you see, the Indigenous, they scored a few themselves in that first half, and they just hung in there, didn't they? It would probably be the effort that they're looking for to carry on through this tournament.
Yeah, they did hang in there. And there's signs are yet for the Indigenous. I reckon it's going to get stronger and stronger. So, good start for both teams here. Yeah, ending up in a draw.
Nate Wood, he was another one that really stamped his mark on the game. He was instrumental with his cool, calm and collected nature. Very experienced as Nate Wood, long-time representative of Papua New Guinea. And the Indigenous, yeah, they'd be happy with their efforts. They were down by, I think, 3 was the deficit. And they managed to pick it back to a draw. They scored maybe 3 or 4 maybe unanswered tries to get that 1-try lead. And then I don't know if they'd be happy or disappointed with the last few minutes, but I'll tell you what, if there's a way to start the tournament, it's probably how you want to start it, with effort plays like that.
Yeah, I mean, 5-2 half-time. Indigenous found themselves down. A couple of errors there. Josh Cartel throwing that intercept pass on the last touch there.
I wonder if that was the turning point, because Nullo and Knox, there was nothing really doing. It was a static last play, and then Indigenous went bang, bang, bang. That was a beautiful setup there from Lifu Bray, throwing the double pump, getting in short. And then they managed to get one here through Chase Shaw, the captain. And then the body control from Walford. And yeah, what an exciting start to this tournament. We've got two fields live streamed all day today. So if you're sitting at home with nothing to do, jump onto the Strutties TV YouTube channel. Even better, if you're around, come down to Bill Norris Oval. We'll see you after the break.
Yeah, let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as these cats. I sting them if they never ever mind and they beeswax. I don't ever cap, but I'm wearing like 3 hats. Never been a rat, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss and it ain't something that I'm planning. I dare you to say something. My focus is A1. Every dog has his day, it's been mine since day one. This is real grind and I'm still climbing. While you still trying, I'm still shining. It's real blinding. And I'm getting hotter too. Talking top 2, I'm not a 2. You let the pressure bother you when I do what I gotta do. Let's go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
They ain't coming close to me. Flow is on atomic, I'm starting fires through poetry. The hardest out, staying loyal, no falling out. And if you step into the court, be ready, we balling out. Yeah, the coldest of teens, they know what we bring, don't try us. They know in between, we go for these dreams in silence. Hard work, don't mistake it for magic. We been shooting in the gym, this is target and practice. Yeah. And I'm just getting started, get my feet wet. It's all in repetition, ain't a secret. All facts, all black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt.
I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
Along with number 15 and 16, we won't see them out here in this game. So this will be exciting. PNG and Indigenous played in round 1. We had a 6-all draw, but the Indigenous started slow. They're down 4-1. And
so they got the capabilities of coming back and sort of sticking to their processes. You know, with the Indigenous, you get a lot of flair. You get a lot of these trick plays and a lot of flares. And I shouldn't say flares. I should say a lot of flair. And a lot of eyes-up footy, which is just beautiful, beautiful to watch. But you can't count out this Niue team because, as we saw from their first opening game, plenty of skill across the park from the Niue boys as well. As the Indigenous are setting up for a sweeper play, and they hit the number 1 on that sweeper in Chase Shaw.
He's made the touch.
And Niue, you really got to pride Niue on their defence. In their opening matches, I was real pleased to see the defence that they shown. So,
and they also had a 6-all draw.
Yes.
And Johnny Brown's put it down there.
Yes, they did. Johnny Brown for the Indigenous. And Niue just asking for where the mark is. I was real happy with what I saw from the Niuean boys. Plenty of skill across the park and just plenty of hard work and defence as well. As their transition is very good coming out of their half. And as I say that again, they've just dropped the ball. I think I'm hitting them with their commentator's curse again, Russ. So, as we can see here, who do you pick to be the favourites out of these two nations?
Well, it's hard. Well, look at this. Marlon Doak has joined the scene.
So it's
number 4.
A name that you didn't mention at the start, Marlon Doak, which will be one of the Indigenous men, one of his strike players. As we see there, Travis Simpson just coming off a championship win in the 30s down at NTLs 2 weeks ago. So he'll be in a bit of a high playing in this Indigenous team as well. As he runs a quick, he shows a bit of a
I was going to say, when were you going to give yourself a little shout out? Because I mean, I must mention you were the coach of that Cobras 30s team who took out Scorpions down NTLs.
Oh, look, when coaching, you lightly use that. All I did was say, hey, boys, your game's at 10:20, turn up, and they just did the rest. So,
Well, there is a draw for this too. They're still a minute late to kick off. So I'm surprised they got the game on time down there in Coffs Harbour.
as Niue get a penalty now, and so they get a bit of extra field position as they ruck it forward just over halfway on their first touch here, coming towards their two touch. And the dancing man, Patrick Lamb, with a ball in hand, is just working their way up to the middle, and they're getting their ball players on. And once all their ball players are on, they can come together and put together something special.
A lot of experience, this Niue team. I got to play against them over in the Pacific Games, and he takes off from half.
Anga's just darted out from half, and he was really pivotal. He set up their last try to make it a 6-all draw. So
He's someone to watch.
He's definitely someone to watch.
Let's see what Patrick Lamb can do. He came off. I'm sure he was over there.
And a beautiful pop around pass. And it was just the wrong hole there for the number 10 to run into from Niue. So they've just turned the ball over.
But a good start again from Niue here.
As you were saying, that Lamb, he's come off a
Pacific Games. So he was also over there in Solomon Islands. And a lot of these boys were.
All right, as it's a bit of a foot race down the left-hand side here.
Goose he's got some wheels, doesn't he?
And that's Arthur Butler, who we're referring to, also goes by the name of Goose, showing a bit of speed. And Arthur's also come off his campaign at NTLs, and that's just Marlon with a no-look pass down the left side. Arthur playing in the men's open for Sharks there.
That's that natural flair, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's what we come to see.
Definitely is, and he shows his great speed. Arthur's a very great, very, very, very great winger, one of the top elite in the men's open division. So it's good to see him mixing it up with a bit of the boys from his heritage here, the Indigenous boys. As Niue set up an open side sweep, and they come back towards the short side.
Deshaun's
Beautiful footwork, but Deshaun's got it all covered there in defence. They had Johnny
doing a lot of talking here in defence. So we'll see. Oh, and Deshaun, he is dangerous in that lane. A couple of boys here this weekend. Kingston for the Maoris in the lane. Deshaun gets in the lane really well. Jesse gets in the lane. Your ball players probably got to work out when they're up in that lane and go away from it, or throw a dummy and go over. And Deshaun's shot up again here.
Yep, and that's Cohen and Jodeci. They're combining here in attack, and Jodeci was also someone who I was real happy with his defence, his two-way playing ability. Jodeci from the Niue, the ball in hand. And that shows beautiful. And that's a great interception. That was a great step there off his right foot, and he's bombed long. And Indigenous have done well to get up there and pick that off. So as they work their way up the field now, as looking for subs, as John Brown just plants the ball just before halfway, as they finish their fifth touch now of halfway. So let's see what they can create on there.
You'd probably just kill it over here on the corner, which you might go and do.
Yeah, you definitely
force them out from the other end of the field or other side of the field to their box. Smart little switch on there from the boys. Reaction.
Yeah, and that's just great full field defence as well from Niue. As I was saying at the start of the day, they play their best footy when they're working hard and defending well. So everything comes off the back of that, because the natural flair on the Niue is great to see as well. So let's see what they can create down here and there. Taimana, their number 7. I think he's on the field now, yes, with ball in hand. He's special. He's special to watch too, as he dictates traffic. Look, he's trying to jag a penalty here, so he might be lucky to get one. He splits open side, and he was kind of hoping to get the ball back there.
Ooh, hey, that will come. That will come. They have to test the waters a little bit, and they're testing it early in this game.
Yeah, they're really keeping the Indigenous team on their toes.
I mean, they got a very experienced coach, don't they? And Jason Silamaka.
And Taimana shows that fancy footwork and just gets on the outside of Chase. Sure, Taimana, they're just keeping. If you look on the replay here, Taimana showing a bit of left in and out, getting on the outside of his player, and that's Marlon Doak giving a 6 again as he pushes up.
And Marlon, he's usually quite good at those intercepts. I've thrown about 10 over my lifetime to him.
Yeah, and
I've lost a few tournaments because of that.
Yeah, definitely. So it's good to see him sitting up in that link position. And they just got on the outside of his middle there, the number 11, Josh Scully. He's just screaming out to see if the toucher made it.
Travis off there. He must not have made the line there. So
through a 6 again and a penalty, they've spent maybe a minute and a half, maybe close to 2 minutes down at Indigenous line here, just trying to jag something as they get through on a quick punish play for a second phase. And can they thread the ball? And they have. And Marlon's come up with a pivotal touch.
Oh, what a touch.
And that's excellent defense there from Marlon.
His reaction time is pretty on.
Yeah, it's pretty spot on. And Niue's ball movement was just exceptional there with the second phase and getting to the hands and then showing brilliant footwork. And as Taimana gets it down, and with
there
Joel
it is.
there.
Oh, the ball must hit. Oh, it's over the mark or a touch and pass. Again, I was
and
missing
we've
those
just
siggles.
seen the brilliance of Joel, and that's also another one of those Holomatutama coming together. We saw their sisters playing in the game before in the very same field. So, like you say, both the brothers and both the sisters are playing for the Niue team. So that's
Deshaun will look for it left to right here. Oh, and it's red.
and accepts it from that man again, Joel. That's exceptional work. So
He got on his treadmill, but the treadmill was set at the wrong speed.
Look, he might not have the pace to back himself for a full field interception.
But he read it.
But he definitely read it and got up in that passing lane, both showing his prowess on attack and defence, old Joel. So it's good to see.
He's been around the game, Joel, and I would say he knew when
and as
there's
you're
some
saying
speed.
that, Ainger's just going straight through, and that's the secret weapon there, that number 10.
He's got some wheels. And that is the treadmill Joel was meant to be on.
Definitely
We'll have
was.
a word to Joel after this, but well done.
Look,
straight through.
If there's a
that's the wrong treadmill, sir.
Yeah. If there's a bit more interceptions in for Joel, we'll just say, mate, look for number 10. He'll take care of the rest. Also, Niue open up the scoring here with 1-0. Oh no, it's one apiece.
Yeah, it's 1-1. And you can see there on the replay again that he just slots all the way through. Just that didn't connect. The defence line just didn't connect with each other. And Goose has gone, given it to Grayson.
Oh, and that's beautiful work there.
Oh, and they've both missed a touch down the sideline.
And that's that man that I was talking about earlier. That Goose, also known
Mr.
as
Butler
Mr.
himself.
Mr. Arthur Butler.
Let's give him. We can give him a few nicknames.
We can kill him Goose. Well, we can't give him Chicken because that's taken up by his brother.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Goose.
So Chicken and Goose. Yeah,
So
I
that's
suppose.
that's brilliant left and right footwork, and he's also just coming off a good, as I said earlier, a good NTL's campaign. So he'd be coming in with a lot of experience and a lot of confidence coming in as he's jumping into that link position for the Indigenous.
Let's see what they can do here, Niue. They're moving around the park, and I think they get it right. They're going to get it right.
And there's the man then, the number 7 that I was talking about, that
That's a good
Taimana,
touch
and
there
that's
from Travis Parkley Simpson.
just a good work from Travis there to come across. And
He's still buzzing. Is he wearing his medal from NTLs?
I think he still has got his medal underneath his Indigenous
We know Johnny
jersey.
Chambers in WA would still be wearing his medal.
Oh,
but
and that's Taimana with brilliant footwork to get behind the defensive player there, but Travis stuck to him the whole time. That's good defense there from Travis Simpson. But that number 7, that footwork, he's got him on their toes every time, and if he just keeps cracking at them, Taimana, you'll definitely see that they'll start to open up for him. So that's good work from Niue. As Indigenous start with it just before, as they get to their second touch just before halfway, and they're working their way up to the third touch over halfway, getting it back to the middle through John Brown, working his way up.
they'll look to set. You think Marlon would have come on then, but he didn't. But Deshaun, you got Deshaun and Goose. I mean, Goose will probably go through here. Bit of pace on him.
Yep,
But he's got touched there from half.
Yeah, unlucky there. Just looking out. Goose there, just looking out for hole runners there and trying to create something out of nothing, and just gets caught out of half. So we see Niue working their way towards their box, getting their transition players on, getting the right players for where you want, and that's good. Great go forward there from Niue, bringing it up there. We've got just under 3.5 minutes here. Oh, and that number 10, the speedster. The speed demon was about to pick up from half and create something, but unfortunately just couldn't get his fingertips to the ball. So Indigenous get a turnover and they work it back here.
Let's see what they can do here. You'd probably be looking to get off the box. They're going to go end to end. If they wanted to get Marlon on, they should have done it then. But let's see what Johnny Brown... Oh, no, Marlon did get on. I knew he'd get on there. Let's see what Marlon can do. Magical Marlon.
Up for a
and there he
big
goes.
Bomb here left to right. And it's just with a pop back from the winger into their link to find their second try. And that's just a beautiful... And that's the man you were talking about, Ras, Marlon Doak. they've just got him on the ball, and he's just taking care of the rest. You know,
I'm sure he's heading straight to their box right now for a drink or, for a little rest. Oh, no, he's going to defend it. You know, what a talent. We've watched him over the years, got to play beside him.
Extraordinary talent, Marlon. He's
a freak in league. He's a freak in touch.
Yeah, and he's just...
I don't know if he can dance in a nightclub.
You know, and to be fair, he's just rocked up at this game probably 2 minutes in, hasn't warmed up, hasn't stretched, and just come in and provided great stops on defense, and then that set up for that beautiful try. So good work for Marlon. Oh, as we see Joel there coming through. Back five. Oh, giving a bit of a jink, and he's just listened to the ref and played through. That's Joel there. Everything's just done so slow but calculative through Joel. He's kept his ears and eyes up. Not only eyes up, but
let's see if
ears
the
up.
ref's got this right here on Travis. Yeah, he didn't. He didn't get to the line. We'll give him that replay for later. Don't argue with the refs. There's 3 of them to make the call, plus they got us in the bunker.
And, you know...
We'll get it right.
And Joel's just reacted to the ref's call more than anything there, and found an offside player. Yeah, found an offside player, and Travis wasn't too happy about that. But, you know, you learn these things, and that's why they say make it a foot before the line and make it a foot above the line. I don't know if that's actually saying. I kind of lost my words.
Past the line? I think past the line. Above the line. Do you jump? Do you jump or a foot?
Look, I don't know what we actually do, Rusty, but as we speak, your man there, Marlon Doak, coming back.
Chase Shaw. And he's a talent coming through.
Chase Shaw, he definitely is. I just want to speak on Marlon's transition from going slow pace to fast pace. As you can see the way he gets the ball here on the replay, it's just he starts off slow, but as soon as the play continues, it's just he's into the fast pace motion, and it fools the defense in keeping up with you because they're trying to adapt to your pace, so they're not really going with that fast pace. And as soon as the touch is made, his acceleration is exceptional, and then he just steps on the gas, and before you know it, he's caught the defense napping, so to speak. So.
But, hey, he's left a lot of people behind with that one.
Oh, definitely has. So we'll see if Niue can come back with one. And they've got one of the other secret weapons at number 13, Jodeci on. But the man of the minute, they're number 7 with ball in hand. As you can see, the options just come alive for him.
And he's picked it.
It looks like the number 7 for Niue, this Taimana, he looks like he's got all the time in the world when he runs with the ball. I mean, it looks like there was no defense sweating him just then because he's such a threat on his feet. They don't know what to do, and he's just picking out whatever option he wants. And we see Gooset trying to come up in the passing lane, but it just, the pass was just gone in time. So that's a beautiful way to end the first half for Niue.
Exciting the finish, 4-3. Exciting.
Definitely. So we're going to go on a quick break, and we'll see you shortly to kick off this second half.
And we're back here, second half. Both teams in their little huddles having a talk. Marlon would have stepped up in halftime on this game. He wasn't here in the first game against PNG. He is a game changer. And they've got Cody Green in the box too. Plenty of experience coaching them.
Plenty of experience. But I feel like the momentum is really going Niue's way in this game. The way they're trucking it up and the way they're getting their transitions on.
They're putting it
Has been good
together.
to watch.
Yeah,
they're
putting it
definitely
together. And Jay's a very strategic man. So his whole prep for this would have been a bit better than most other nations. He would have had the boys running around, whether they were interstate or not, doing uploads, and they know what they're doing. That's why they put it together like this. They drew up the first game, and let's see what they can do in this second half of the Indigenous game, down by 1.
We're just waiting for the ref's whistle, and we're underway with the second half. As you see Niue bringing it forward. Now let's see if they do have their number 7 Taimana here, and we'll see what he can create. And he whips a beautiful right to left and finds a link, and
he's got speed, man.
Oh, and he's just started straight through and found the player.
Down.
And as Travis made that touch, as he's screaming up and appealing to the ref, but no. And that's great work there. Great recycle ball from
now that was speed.
Niue. Yeah, that was all speed.
Look at him he even recovers, gets back into half, and goes through.
And that's that man, that number 10, Ainga.
He is on. He had his wheat bix this morning.
He definitely did. And which...
And here we go.
You see Indigenous.
Chase Shaw. Shout out to his mum. Should be watching. Proud mum.
Oh, and he's dove from a fair bit out, trying to catch that link napping, and the link's just come up with
he's recovered.
With
He's
a great
recovered.
touch there.
He would have
As
got
you're
me,
playing
that's for
here
sure. There was no recovery from me, but he recovered.
As we see that man that we've been talking so highly of, Marlon Doak, just spread through
good read. A good read from that winger.
And a great read from that winger to come in and cover that.
Young fella Torin, Atamu, well done.
It's always a refreshing thing when your wing's just making calls without you having to tell them. As a defensive link, when your wing can make a good call just by reading the ball or reading the ball play, it just gives you a whole another level of confidence when you're defending. So it's a great read there. And the ref's just made a call.
Oh, he's grabbed, I think. I think he's dumped and he's grabbed onto the Indigenous boy. He might have just wanted to say hello.
Could be. You know, a lot of these boys
sometimes it's not always aggressive. It's just,
yeah,
hey, mate, how are you?
And some of these boys are playing with each other through local modules throughout the week. So it wouldn't be the first time that they're seeing them playing them against here. So there's a few relationships here amongst the boys, which is always good to see as the Indigenous are bringing it up towards Niue's line. Let's see what they can create here through their number 11. Oh, and he tries to thread the needle through between two players. And as you can probably hear...
That's that Jamin Wolford. He's come Tamworth. Tamworth Touch, give him a few shout-outs this week. They even hit the local papers down in Tamworth, wishing him luck for this tournament. So
look at that.
Welcome to beautiful Queensland. I'm sure this event will make its way to New South in the matter of no time. But beautiful Queensland's put on the weather, and I'm sure it's promising to rain piss down tomorrow again for the crowd.
And Joel's just unhappy with that call there, so he's throwing the ball about 50 metres.
Should I quickly run over and see if he's all right? No, we'll let.
I don't know, but
be.
it's gotten his team a bit of 10 metres back. So, given Indigenous the chance to start from halfway as they kick off their attacking set, approaching touch 3 now. They've got Travis Simpson there, combining in the middle.
And they didn't roll their sub, so they must be confident that they don't need to have a break there. But they, again, it's a percentage game touch. It always has been. And, again, Marlon, whether he didn't want to come on, I mean, usually he would choose if he wanted to be on or not.
That's right.
But if they didn't give him the shot to move on, they got to learn. They got to learn that you got to play percentage touch.
That's right. As Goose and Travis were combining for that Indigenous attacking set, and Niue have managed to keep them out, so now they're just getting their subs on, getting their players recycled on as they approach their 5th and last touch, getting it down for a speed set of dart out from half, so we'll see what they can create here. As the number 11, that man, Josh Scully, comes through.
No, ref's already called something.
And the Indigenous boys
and
just
you got to watch Goose because he'll take those transitions.
Oh, definitely.
He won't miss the jump.
Definitely. As we see the Indigenous players a bit slow to get their players on. Yeah, as we see John Brown just playing it, trying to find Deshaun in the middle there. Now, Deshaun is one known for his prolific
And Marlon's got it away to
right
Grayson.
to left and
Grayson
back on the
to
inside
Marlon.
for Marlon. And
Just
they've
some good
scored.
footy.
That's great eyes up footy there. That all started from a good ruck from John Brown. Getting it down for Deshaun, and Deshaun showing that beautiful passing ability that he has, giving good left to right ball there for Grayson.
But we missed the jump on that, Ryan. We needed to go from Deshaun to Marlon to Grayson.
You know what? If we had
Marlon.
a bit more experience, and if I could pronounce a lot of these boys' last names, trust me, I'll be firing them off like nothing. Don't you worry about that.
Let's see what Niue can do. They should bounce back here. It's now 5-4 to the Indigenous. And, he's got in under.
As we see Joel just trying to...
Chase has called that.
Trying to fit between the two. And
he's
a
missed
bit of
a touch.
honesty there from John Brown defending.
And Joel, he doesn't need a treadmill. He's going under and over.
Joel there, a bit of aggression for that last play, throwing the ball around, coming out and just throwing everything at this defence line.
I do think he realised this is all live stream, so he probably second guessed. Oh, no. Didn't get him.
You know what? If you throw it back to halfway, but that could play a bit into convincing the ref that might be a try. But that's all given down to good honesty from John Brown defending there, just to put his hand up and say, no, sir, I did not get him, which allows the ref to make a final call on that try. And honesty is a big part of our game of touch footy. As we see Goose try and thread his way through around his link, around his opposite link. I'm just getting caught there, so Travis linking up with that number 1, Chase Shaw. As you see Marlon feeding Chase back, and that's just an easy
and Montel into the corner.
And Montel finishing off this try. I don't know how many tries Montel has scored, to be honest, but he's a bit of a try-scoring machine himself, Montel.
He plays a bit of TRL, a bit of touch, a bit of rugby league.
He's a bit of a
man of many talents.
Yeah, he's a bit of a superstar himself, Montel. He can finish off a try, and he's got a bit of pace on him, so it's good to see him running it out there with the other brothers.
Torin had that red, but he just couldn't get, he just couldn't. It's 2-on-1. It's a 50-50.
Yeah, definitely. And so,
what do you do, Ryan? Intercept, knock ball down,
if it was me, I'd defend
and they're taking
both.
off. And
just unlucky, and he's calling for a bit of an appeasement. And again, that's honesty from John Brown there, just saying a bit of honesty, saying that he touched it. Oh no, that was Arthur, sorry.
Yeah.
Goose. Yeah, just saying.
Goose is always an honest man.
Yeah, so that's good. A bit of fair play honesty. But that number 7 again, Taimana, he's got the boys asking questions. That could be a ball down.
Always
great
said
defense
short.
there.
I think he's put that bit short of the line.
Good defense there from the Indigenous boys. But that number 7, he's going to be hard to stop.
Joel's coming around here.
Joel on the sweeper, and there he goes back short side, open side.
They've given him another set.
And Goose has just got a hand to it
again. I think if Goose gets the next one, they'd better be on their treadmill because he might take off.
Well, look, they've got a bit of speedsters on there for Niue. So speaking of speedsters, one of them, that number 10, and he's away. And number 2's just reached out with the extended hand. Jermaine there, giving him raps before. Coming up, making a long drive to get here for this tournament as they set up a short side sweeper. And Taimana's, again, that number 7, he has just been on from the start.
All clear.
He's been on from the start, and he's had a hand in all 4 or 5 of their cracks on the line, and every time it's been him either their go-to or been the second option or the dummy option, I should say. And they've come close, and you keep knocking at that door, soon enough it'll open up, and that's what Taimana's done there, the number 7. Such just brilliant work to find a napping.
And we've seen a few players missing from this next game, whether it's tactical from Cody, but we don't see Jardy Neen, nor do we see Matthew Taylor out there in this game. So Cody might either resting them or they're unfit. I'm not sure.
Yeah, they might need a few coffee runs. I know that coffee's big with the boys, with the Indigenous boys, so they might have gone, and it needs 2 of them to pick up 1 coffee, as you know, from knowing those boys personally.
That's just it's a mateship.
Yeah, definitely.
And Deshaun will give it to Chase Shaw here.
As Chase Shaw, that might be a ball down as they're defending link.
I think he's put it short, and Niue's made the touch.
It was just under 5 minutes to go here. The scores are 6-all, and Niue, this was a similar game to their last one, just going tit for tat as Deshaun just gets his player on the outside, Patrick Lamb, and gets the ball down. That's brilliant work there. Deshaun combining with John Brown in the middle to set up their attack. It's just a normal quickie play. And Deshaun just got a bit of footwork to get on his players outside and managed to get that try down. As we see Niue there, you know, they're never dropping their heads, Niue. They're always keen to get back to halfway and seeing what they can strike back to. So this, and as I've said that, the balls just come to ground. Their balls just come to ground. So they've just had a turnover, and we're having a bit of a technical issue. Just bear with me 1 second, folks at home. Everything's good, and we're back as the Indigenous are just working it over halfway. Then we've just had a bit of a score adjustment on the score, so sorry about that, folks at home who were tuning into us late.
The bunker took over there by accident. We accidentally thought we were the refs out there, and we just put a try down.
Yeah, definitely.
We thought, why not?
So the score is, in fact, 7-5. And so we're seeing Niue come up with a stop there for the Indigenous. And there's a bit of chatter around the Niue box. They're starting to pick up their urgency. They know that they're down by 2. They know that time's running out. So a lot of them are trying to get their troops on the field as fast as they can, and they've just gone ball to ground. So that's change over for the Indigenous boys. And you can really tell the Indigenous boys, their tactic is now just slow the play down. Slow the play down, get it down there. We're going to score when we get down there, but just slow it down. If we need to run, we will run. Not as much urgency as the Niuean boys, so they're turning it over as Travis Simpson throws a dummy, and he just settles for that touch there, and they bring it back to the middle with Deshaun and Marlon Doak.
Now this will be the power couple this weekend, Marlon and Deshaun, I'm sure.
And then Marlon stepping back short side, finding his way back into Travis Simpson and combining back for Marlon.
He'll want to run a counties here. He'll either take him back short or he'll take him short side.
And that's just brilliant. And what he's then... That's just brilliant eyes up footy.
Yeah.
The far side link was...
we got here? The ref's making a call here.
Oh, wow. What's that for? Is that for a forward pass?
Yeah.
It's a bit hard to tell what these refs are calling, but...
Well, we just don't know We just don't know. We need to go to ref course. So we know
probably do, just to get a few hand signals, because I think that they look like they're waving half the time, I'll be honest with you.
Maybe they are.
Russ.
Maybe they're saying, bunker, come in and
maybe
give us
they are. Maybe
let's
they
mic
are.
them up.
Maybe they are.
Imagine miking up a referee and listening to
that would be good. There's a few refs I know that are out there, especially that I know that does love to throw a few chat. And that's Joel Dutz out of half. Oh, and he's just threaded his way straight through.
Probably the wrong man to go on.
Couldn't really find that much space between him and Goose, as Goose just comes up with a beautiful dive.
Goose is very quick on his feet.
He is, and you will see him throw his body around, touch a bit. He's not afraid to get his jersey dirty or anything for a few dive touches and a few dive tries. As we see Indigenous make their way to halfway, bring it over. Not too much urgency on their changeover, as the score still remains 7-5. As this man, John Brown, he's going to want to settle for a strike dive.
And here goes Marlon Doak. Let's see what he's got. And a link ball. Good touch. Another good read. Another good read.
Beautifully read there by Niue.
Joel's finding himself to the box. Probably had to work for one effort there. It just helped his team get off. Depending what their subset is, but I think with a minute to go, you need to get over that halfway on 3, which they're going to achieve. Let's see if they can execute. Probably can't win the game now, but be good to finish. It'd be good to finish with, one more try. And
yeah, definitely would be. Russ, as we see that their number 7, the main man, Taimana, come up with the ball here. Let's see what he can create right on the hooter, if he can jag something together with just over 20 seconds left. As he splits inside for a counties play, looking to throw, and he just gets his middle. However, they are going to call forward out of half, forward pass out of half.
Yeah, you got to get that right.
You definitely do. I mean,
you need to go back, watch Drummy on YouTube. You got to see how he does that. He actually moves forward, and the half has to pick him up.
It's a bit of magic. And as we can see the hooter go in the background as Montel tries to jag away from his
Grayson.
defender.
They look the same.
Oh, Grayson. That's Grayson number 7.
Touched.
Yeah, no, that is Grayson. My apologies.
But thank you, Ryan.
No worries. And that just ends our coverage of this game with Indigenous getting it over the Niuean Men's Open 7-5. tune in shortly for the next coverage.
Or jump on field 1.
Jump on
that
field
camera's
1.
not stopping all day.
If you want to hear my pretty voice, jump on field 1. The games are live streamed. We'll just make a quick plug out for this. All the games are live streamed on the YouTube
of Struddy's TV
channel on Struddy's TV. So if you just jump on Struddy's TV, you'll be able to see all the live stream, which is actually counterintuitive because in order for you to hear me say what I've just said, you had to be watching the live stream.
Yeah,
So.
but if you're in Beenleigh, if you're on the Gold Coast, you're in Brisbane, Clutch Entertainment's got us entertained today. We're seeing some boogies and some shaker legs, and we're doing some Cook Island hooky. So come and join us at Bill Norris if you want to get into the little vibe we got going on down here.
No worries. And so that'll conclude us on field 2.
At 10:10. Up here we got Cook Islands versus Niue, the defending champs. Just for the viewers, the team list has changed. Someone was saying the jersey a little tight, so we've got a number change there. Brianna and Peyton have swapped, so Peyton will be wearing a number 7, Brianna in number 9. I think this will be a pretty good start for the competition for both teams to ease into this competition. The Cook Islands are just getting ready under the guidance of Edith Nathan. She's been around the game for a long time. I'm sure she's got these girls in tune and ready to kick off round 1 here. Shout out to my boys also commentating on field 1. They got a banger of a game over there as well, the Maori and the Samoans. So jump in and out where you want to. Split your screens, put on 2 screens, 2 TVs, whatever you need to do. Make sure you keep your eyes on both of these clocks. Good start to the day. We had men's games. First round 6-all to both men's games. So Niue and Cooks. We also had PNG and the Indigenous as we welcome in the Indigenous and Maoris into this tournament. Not long until kickoff. These refs should be ready to run. Niue are going to be strong out here today with Jamie leading them around the park, coming off of Pacific Games in November in Solomon Islands. And what do you reckon, Ryan? Joining me, run all the way from field 1. How is the energy?
The energy is high, the breaths are low, and the stamina's at about halfway, but I'm looking forward to this match here between the Niue and the Cook Island women's. A lot of stars and a lot of familiar names here on this Niue team, as well as the Cook Islands. We've got a few repeat players from last year, a few of the Masters girls.
The Nathans, the Berrymans.
The Nathans, the Berrymans. Such a big sporting family, as you can see, from 1 to 14 on this Cook Island team.
100%. We even have Siobhan Ratu joining us. Anne-Marie's not with us this year, obviously due to injury. She's got to face another ACL surgery, so hopefully she recovers because she was a big game changer for them last year. So we'll see who steps up this year and see what they can do.
Definitely.
Also, the Holloway's not playing. She's now playing league for the BMD. So
that's what you want. You know, that's if you're not here, you want to be playing some. You want to be either playing league or actually, I shouldn't say that. You get to be doing anything on this beautiful day. But why wouldn't you be down here playing in touch in this beautiful comp we're running here?
Good touch there.
As we see Niue here, sort of just attacking Cook Island's line here. Let's see. Oh, and they've just turned the ball over, unfortunately, here on the 3rd touch. So Cook Island will have a good chance here to see if they can ruck the ball out and get a few fresh legs on as they work their way to their sub box now. They're coming up on their 3rd touch here, just before halfway.
That's a good set. Ooh.
That is a great set, and that's a good touch there to sort of slow down momentum as they get their
and the rest just let that go, which is good.
Yeah, they had a bit of a 7 on the field there for that last touch, but refs just seem to have missed that one.
Maybe they they should yell out to the bunker to call up those. At the NRL now, what do? You could be 10 minutes down the path, up 30-0, and still come back and get the penalty for 10 minutes ago. So if they come to the bunker a few times, I'm sure me and you can tell them what they need to be calling.
As we see there, the number 9 for Niue, Tay Bates, a bit of fancy footwork there, and she's got a decent pass on her, but she'll be looking at one of their strike players for the Niuean women's, as well as the likes of Jamie and Brooke, the two sisters. They were here last year as well playing, and they're very, very sharp. The Holomatotutama.
I reckon you named that perfectly.
You know, yeah, and she won't be too happy with me because I can never get their last name right. It's just too long for me, and I only know a certain number of syllables I can pronounce at a time.
We could always invite the hubby over, Brody Ray, give him a little plug into our commentating booth.
Yep.
He can announce his
missus. But he'd probably call their last name Ray as well. As we can see, the Cook Islands there darting out, and they're just falling short on that last pass there, finding the wing. So there's good back-to-back or end-to-end footy, I should say, as we see Niue working it off their line. So what they want to be doing is
getting to their box.
Getting to their box as quick as possible, getting fresh legs on, and then setting up for a strike pass.
I would nearly call that. Yep, he's seen it. You can't sort of do that in touch. You're not allowed to pass it in front of you because the ref will give the ball to the other team.
And, you know, if they say coach killers, and a coach killer is making a mistake in your own half, especially when you're trying to get off. So we'll see if Cook Island, as they're rotating the ball, they're closer to their subset just so they can get fresh legs on. And let's see what they can come up with in terms of attack to put some points on the board. I think a couple of their touches have just been made in the same place, so they're coming up to 5th touch here.
Coco Masters will take control here, I think. Here she goes from half.
Definitely, and she was a bit of a feature last year as and they shred the needle, and she manages to stay in, and that's just beautiful work there from Shanice Nathan to stay in the field of play. Oh no, the refs have turned that over. What was a call there? Has she stepped out maybe? Oh, she has, as I've just said that. Oh, unlucky, Shanice. She's done well.
Yeah, and that's probably, I mean, if you keep just chasing, even if you think you're gone, anything can happen. And who knows, she must have thought someone was coming to get her, but she had plenty of room there to stay at least 10 centimetres inside that outline.
That's right. That's definitely right. And as you mentioned there, number 3 for Cook Island, Coco Masters. She's definitely one to watch out for. But that's Tay Bates there, the number 9 with that flick pass. There's a lot of flair in both these teams here, as we saw there with a flick pass from Tay Bates. But you see when Tay and her sister get going, they're really hard to handle.
Let's see what they set up for this one. They sort of saw it open up before, so touch 5. Here we go.
As we see on a beautiful right to left, and it just hasn't found its mark.
And that's when
there.
You're just too wide. You sort of got to read your ball player. You know, if you're on the end of, Cody Green pass, you could probably stay out there. But, you got to read your ball players, and got that one wrong that time. Bit too
that's
wide.
Definitely right. And this is good forward momentum here from the Niue girls. As they come up to their 4th touch here, and they want to be getting a good strike dump here just for someone to dart out of half and hopefully soak up some meters as the border
puts that one down.
As the border ground. And Cook Island have jumped on this very, very quick to get this quick changeover, which is good. But you were saying about...
Yeah, Terry King. A lot of these girls came from the Pacific Games as well, so they're coming off a experience against other countries. So I'm sure when they start connecting the dots here, they're gonna start to put the ball over the line where they need to.
And this is just excellent work there. And Talia's just started out of half, the number 5 for Cook Island, and managed to get them a penalty. So we'll see if... Do you think if you're Cook Island, do you get your Coco Masters out there, the number 3?
Oh, probably early in the tournament. I mean, they got plenty of games to get through today. So Edith, I'm sure, will pull the pin on someone if she has to, but I reckon she'll let them open up a little bit first, and there they go. She's made the touch.
And that's a great touch there from the Niue.
It's hard to see the numbers from here, isn't it?
As you
can we get you to put your hand up and turn around for us? There we go, number 10. Thanks for that. And long ball.
That's a beautiful pass, beautiful catch there. That's actually a great finish there from the wing from Cook Island. It was almost a diving catch there, 2 things in one motion, but Yeah, as we can see, the number 5, Talia there. She was the one that darted out of half early and managed to get them a repeat set. So I believe that her on top of the number 3 for Cook Island will be a couple of their go-tos to look for in terms of strike.
And that's a Paki as well, Bokiani Paki.
On the wing there.
Her sisters played last year, I think.
Yeah,
That's
quite a few
another touch family from down in Sydney.
Yeah, the Parkies, the Nathans, and the Berrymans, such a big family there in touch and in rugby as well. And they're just a great sporting family. So it's good to see that a few of the young ones are coming through the system now, playing in this event.
Let's see what they can put together here.
As we see Niue coming through. As Brooke and Tay combine, both these two girls, their strike, and Tay just gets the ball away. Brooke's just unlucky to thread the ball over there. So a couple of these Niues, and this is their first full crack on the line. And as you can see, they really are getting the Cook Island girls moving. And as I'm saying that, Brooke just dances straight through a gap between the middle and link there, and they're just moving the ball around, and that's just through the Brooke and number 9 Tay Bates. So
if you are watching Jessie, make sure you take a tip from your missus how to score a try. All right, we know you're going to throw your left to rights in the next game against the Maoris, but maybe sometimes you can just go yourself.
And that's right. The try scorer there, Brooke, number 14. Her partner, Jessie, is playing for the Samoa Men's Open. So it's good to see a family affair down here, whether you're from different nations or from the same nations. It's good to get the family down here for a run. As Cook Island get through, and she's threaded another long ball, and that's a beautiful touch there from Niue, from the number 3 from Niue. So that's excellent work there. Good scramble defense, and the ref has come together to it's a turnover.
Forward pass.
Must be a forward pass out of half.
I just should learn the ref signal. Sometimes I don't know if it's a forward pass, a touch and pass.
Yeah, or I just don't know if they're just telling me that they don't like seeing me play at all. They just want me to get off the field. I can't really tell with these refs. As Niue's working their way towards their sub box now.
Terry King's getting them to the box there. She knows. Get some fresh legs on as they get into this. Oof. Probably had to count that set there. Just going to kill it over on the edge. Ooh. And a touch pass.
Touch pass. So we'll see the Cook Islands start off with the ball away from their box, and they'll transition to get it near their box for their first touch here. And as they work off to get fresh legs back on, they're in quite a good field position coming up on their third touch to their fourth touch here. So they're transitioning into their last, and let's see what sort of strike players they can bring to the table. As
number 2 will pick up and scoot here.
Yep, that's Chanel Berryman. And she's just one-on-one with this link, and let's see what she can create.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a phone I think we hear in the background. Someone must have lost their phone. Maybe, I'm not too sure if we can...
It definitely couldn't be my wife. She's playing on field 1, so it's not Tony ringing me. So I'm all in the clear here, guys.
Definitely couldn't be that. As we see Cook Niue here, Cook Island, rush up on the defense and try to compress, and it has worked out in their favour. It's great urgency from Cook Island here, putting some full field pressure on Niue as they try to work their way out of the box. So
that was a good call from the ref there. He didn't miss that. They're not missing anything today.
No. Apart from that 7 on the field,
no, but they didn't come to the bunker on that one.
Oh yeah.
So you remember that we got 2 eyes, so there's another 4 eyes there.
That's right.
Let's see what the cookies can do. Berryman's got the ball in her hand. Brooke's mastering up on her. Let's see if Brooke and Tay can work together here to protect that middle. Release some of that pressure of their wingers.
That's right. As we see both Berrymans in the middle, as Berryman plays the ball and back to Berryman, and the 5th and last. I think it was just a miscommunication with the Cook Island girls there, just not knowing what they go. Let's see if a bit of brilliance on this 5th and last, if they can come up with something. And that is excellent defense there for the Niue girls.
Transition there.
Very quick transition. This is what you want to see. They're giving away a penalty, which is giving Cook Island a piggyback to attack their line, and the Niue women have done well to defend their line, and they're getting good field position here coming into their last lot of touches. As they come in towards their 5th and last, let's see what they can create. Surely you'd want a good half run. Oh no, that was 5th and last. Sorry.
They're missing the counts. I think they're wasting a few too many going to their box, and they're forgetting what number they're up to.
I think if I am the Niue coach, I would be definitely
addressing it.
yeah, making the girls known. And look, we're getting in good field position. What we just want is a good strike dump for our strike players to pick up. As we see Coco Masters going,
and then Peyton puts the ball down there. See what Coco can do. Prayer. Just jumped into the middle there. Be interesting once they start connecting with each other, who are going to be the couple of players. In every team there's a couple of players that will take the lead, and everyone will work around those two.
Yeah, definitely. And we see this again from the Cook Island girls. They're getting up and putting that that full field pressure as Niue are just working it towards their. I think they're approaching the 5th touch, and they haven't made it anywhere near the halfway line. So that's good from the Cook Island girls, and that's a good long ball out there out wide just to get them moving. And they made it over halfway, but the ref's bringing it back for a forward pass.
It did float a bit from the one image to the next. It was in front of the other one. I think that's the speed of Terry going down the sideline. She just forgot that she had to pass a bit more back.
Now, this score's 1-0, but it looks like it's been all of Cook Island's ball to the back end of this first half. You'd like to think that they're deserving of a try, the amount of times that they've had field position down Niue's end. But as I say that, they dropped the ball, so Niue could finish with the ball in their hand. Let's see if they can finish with a try on the ball. They've just got to muscle their way down to the other end of the field, and hopefully they can put something together before the end of this half, as we're inside of 10 seconds. So I'm not sure if the girls on the field know how much time they have left or the urgency that they need to have, but in saying that, they'd be want to score nevertheless. So both the Brooke and Jamie, both sisters are on, number 14 and 6 for Niue. So let's see if they can connect with a bit of a family play. As we see that on the... We're just waiting for the hooter to go, as there might be a bit of a miscommunication with the clubhouse. Experiencing some maybe... Sorry, folks at home. We're just experiencing some technical difficulties here with the halftime, hooter. So there's plays continuing in this first half, and there we go. As I say that, there's the halftime hooter. So it's just continued a bit over halftime, over the well allowed time in this first half. As we see Cook Island, they're coming back with a late switch. Sorry, as we end the half on 1-1 with Cook Island and Niue going to the half and evens. We're going to take a quick short break and be back to you shortly.
we're back here for the second half. Edith Nathan would have, you know, settled the girls down a little bit, I think, and said, hey, girls, you're doing well in defence, but on the attack, we probably got to execute a few more, because you don't get many chances on the line, and when you get them, you got to take them.
And I think the same message, just in a different way, would apply for the Niue women's, because they haven't had much field position on Cook Island's line, and they haven't had much chances or cracks at their line, and they've managed to bring the scores even. So it's showing that the ability to score is there. They've just got to get it up there. If I'm the Niue coach, I'm definitely saying to my girls, let's make an extra effort and a conscious effort in just getting the ball up there, because it seems to be taking care of itself when we get up there.
Well, they got enough experience, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. And so we've started this second half, and the girls are still on the sideline.
And it's just a natural Pacific thing. We'll get better.
Yeah,
we'll get better.
You know, I think
they're just missing that minute, and that minute, it could be a tactic that they take their time, because that minute they might not be fitness ready. I'm not sure.
As a Pasifika, as a PNG, I don't think we know how to be on time.
Yeah.
I think that's
it's just our culture.
It's just a thing we do.
But the clock starts, so there's something we can't change. Is the clock has to keep going.
There's something wrong with the clock. Then it's not us. It's the clock's fault. As we see Cook Island there, coming through on their third touch, just weaving their way through the middles and trying to connect here with something special, as we see their number 9, Brianna, getting out of half and
didn't quite execute that one. That would have been those ones Edith was saying. If it's opening up, you know where you need to put it. You got to get it there.
Definitely. And let's see if the urgency, if we can get some urgency here for the Niue women getting out of their half. And it looks like they definitely are. They're on the ball. They're rucking up hard. They're sort of
they've changed it.
Yeah, they definitely have. They're ordering around the girls in which girl should get to which position. And as I say that, they've turned the ball over just at halfway. So we're seeing the Cook Islands, as the ref has just called halt to the play, bringing it back to the infringement.
You reckon they need to break? No, I don't.
You know, sometimes I feel like when refs blow the whistle unnecessarily, then they might need a break for some of these high-paced games. As we see Coco Masters there, just taking the ball, just kicking out to the outside. And she was unlucky there to get the. It was on. She backed herself in the footwork and speed department, and just couldn't combine with her winger there to get the ball down. So as we see Niue working it off their line, they're not necessarily going directly towards their box, so they might be just looking to go coast to coast here.
And they've got to get the count right here, because they might be coming into last here.
They are, and the Bates sisters are both in the middle there, as Tay's commanding her troops around. As they're coming into last, both Bates sisters are in the middle there, see what they can combine. As the dummy comes back through to Tay, and she's just read it through the hands. And can they get that through? Right down to the wing. And that's great scramble defense here for the Cook Island girls.
That's a never give up attitude.
No, and that's exactly what you want. The Niue women they did well to sort of recycle the ball and spread that through and get it out to their winger, but Cook Island's defense was just too good in the end there. As we see them transition and make their way up the field, as they come over halfway, they're trying to set up for their strike plays, as Talia is on the ball now, just darting out of half, and she just gets caught out of half. They're giving good position next to the Niue sub box to get their players on and off, as one passes, as Brooke just throws that dummy, or they've got to get players on, or else they'll be caught from half.
So they're just getting it wrong a little bit here and getting off that field. They're not quite sure. Well, they're just not gelling enough to get themselves out of trouble.
Yeah, I think they were a bit stagnant there, just on that right part of the field there to get their players off. But they get a good crack here as they work towards their right side and try to create numbers. And that is a good touch there from Cook Island. So, again, Niue have done well to sort of keep that full field pressure up on Cook Island and keep them and force a mistake and turn the ball over. But they couldn't really get their numbers on early enough in the count to set up for anything. So Cook Island have turned the ball around.
And they're getting out of their set. They're getting out of their end pretty easily. They're just not finishing it where they need to.
Yeah, definitely.
So see what they can pull off here.
As we see number 9, Brianna with the ball.
Looks like Bo's jumped into the link. She was a try scorer, and she was the one who scored the try in the first half. No, she's made herself way to back to the wing there.
You know, sometimes I can have a spell in the wing if I'm feeling a bit tired. When
I still do it.
Yeah, it's a good little tactic as well. You know, they can't. I don't know you do it because they can't expect you to score every single try, can they, Mike?
No, but you know, sometimes I just want to go out there and be a winger and score a try.
Well, sometimes, you know, that's it. If you can't score them in the middle, why not score them in the wing? As we see Niue not make it over halfway and turn the ball over. Oh, and that's great pressure there from Tay Bates shooting up and making that touch.
She's got she's either really fit or she's using a lot of energy, but she has, I don't know if she's had a spell yet.
Yeah, no, Tay is real fit. She's a little firecracker there for Niue. Got a good background in rugby union as well, so she's a bit of a
all-rounder.
Rugby, yeah, a bit of an all-rounder rugby athlete, I'd say.
Well, we've got to sort of convert her to NRLW, I suppose.
Yeah.
You know, we don't mind rugby sevens and rugby, but it is a different game. It's a different vibe. I think league and touch make more sense.
And speaking of Tay, we see her and Brooke, they're just dancing in the middle as they approach 4 touch. Now what they want to do is get a platform here for someone to take off out of half. As we see the older Bates sister connect up with Brooke as she comes out on the wing. And she spreads it back on the inside there. And a bit of footwork here and a bit of razzle-dazzle.
Oh, that's a clean little intercept. Didn't even see that.
Oh, she just hasn't. She had the quick tap on, but she just couldn't get it on the mark there, so the ref had to take back the play. So, again, that's brilliant work from Niue. You can definitely see the talent and the footwork and the speed that they have. If they get their chances near the line, it could see some points for them. They've just got to get there. And as you can see, Cook Island sort of isolate a offside player and run towards her and get themselves a repeat set on this line.
That's what they needed. I think they needed a turning point, and they earned it. They got themselves out there a few times, and they've got themselves a penalty for a fresh set of 6. So let's see what...
as they come to with Chanel and Talia sort of just commanding traffic in the middle there. Let's see if they can combine for something. Both Chanel and Talia, both Brenneman Berryman's out there, pardon me.
Brenneman, I was going to say, that's not even a hard Pacific name to pronounce.
The Berryman's, which is a very, very big touch football family. So the skill just pours straight through these, a lot of these sisters and cousins.
I think they got to execute here if they want to take the lead, because their defence is going really well, but they got to execute. And either, I'm sure, send a message
can come together. And that's great D there from Niue.
Brooks just showed a bit of experience there.
Yeah, she's shot in from the short side link to sort of just strike or sniper that quickie play and just take that option away from the ball carrier. And again, she comes off with 2 good touches. And this would this be the second penalty that they've got inside the 7? So you could possibly be looking at
short for the line, he reckons. Come to the bunker, sir. Come to the bunker.
We'd possibly be looking at a freeze call here if they get a 3rd penalty on the line. As we can see,
comes around.
Cook Islands there trying to set something up with the Ratu with their flash red boots. What do you think about the? Are they red or bright orange? I can't really tell, but they're bright.
I think that the big buzz right now is those Pasifika boots just released from ASICS.
Oh, they are, and I'm sure that if you play well enough, there might be a sponsor or two that's willing to throw them your way. You just haven't heard it from me. That's all I'm going to say on that.
Well, I reckon they should come to us, see who we think the player of the match might be. Apparently the referees are picking.
Yeah, apparently the referees are picking.
Hope they don't name themselves, put their name down on the Grubbies card. Shout out to Grubbies for sponsoring our man of the matches for the whole tournament.
Shout out to Grubbies. And as we say there, Niue, could they be working their way in? Oh, they've just done well to get a repeat set. So this will see their first official crack at the line, first full set at the line in this half. So let's see if they can. They've got their commander-in-chief in the number 6 there, Jamie. She's brilliant with the football, her and her sister, Brooke. But just having Jamie on there will be, as you can see her there, telling the players what to do, where to go. And she sets up, and does she thread the needle there? As the ref confirms with this sideline ref, and number 2's just come in, that Chanel. She was pivotal for their attack for Cook Island. She's pivotal there for that touch. So we'll see. It's a battle of skill here as Jamie sets up that ML play. and they get their second penalty.
Now we might see the freeze call on the other end of the field.
We possibly could, as we see.
Do you try and set up? Do you start to learn how to try and set up to force that freeze to come again? Did players get that smart yet?
I think that may be a tactic for one or two teams. I do believe that you'd be setting up more so to score than that, and it just by happenstance that the defense are
You don't
that
test
worried.
one or two? You don't test it?
Possibly. As you see, oh, and that's beautiful work there by the number 11 there for Niue. And they've turned the ball over, unfortunately. Was that a forward pass or a touch pass?
Again, those hand signals. Come on, refs, give me something. It looked a bit of... Yep, no, he didn't give me the signal, so I think that could have been just a touch and pass.
Possibly then. And Cook Island have done well to defend the Niue girls.
They need to execute this set. They have to get to the end, and they got to pull something off. I think 4 minutes to go. It's going to be...
Might come down to the wire here, Mike.
Might have another draw. What about that at the start of this tournament?
And as you see, Coco Master showing that brilliant footwork, and she throws it into... Well, I think the ref's call there would be she's thrown it into Jamie there, the Cook Island.
Oh, Jamie's made the
player.
touch. Jamie's done that.
She's
Jamie's done
made
that
the touch.
turn the back fake with a little left-hand touch.
And that's all experience, which is the old saying goes, Russ, you can't pay for experience.
You can't coach it either. Apparently, it just comes with time.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a wise words, actually. I might jot that down. Give me a second. As we see Cook Island just applying that full field pressure that they were doing predominantly in that first half. And it's working wonders for them because as Niue approach their fifth touch, they just make it over halfway. So it's very hard to score.
Ball.
And it forces them a long ball. And the transition even for Cook Island.
Ooh, that's it.
They have added a bit of urgency there to this back half of the second half, I should say.
I think Edith would have sent out a message, girls. We need to at 3 minutes. We got to execute. We've been down there enough.
And she was lucky there not to get an over the mark call, I think.
Let's see what Nathan can do here.
Could hear a couple
She's
of
directing the
girls.
play around. Oh, sorry, Peyton's directing the play around. Takes off from half, and the ref doesn't want to go end to end, so he throws a penalty up. No, I'm just kidding. Shout out to the refs.
So that's Brianna there with the ball in hand.
He's let that.
Oh, and she's just, and that's beautiful footwork.
Shanice, Nathan.
That is great footwork there from Brianna there, going back into the open side, back to the short side, and then as she's dropping to what's looked like she's going to score the try, she's just come off with a genius pop pass, and it's just captured both the middle and link, and they've caught. And the wing has done well to come across, but it's just a fraction too late.
Definitely read it, but just that missed that little jump. Probably when she went right to the left, she took off. She had to go when she went right. She had to read it. She had to read the ball player.
That's definitely a good call there. As Niue have their right of reply with just under 2 minutes left. We see there the number 6, Jamie, connecting with Tay again. Oh, and we have Brooke over. So we've got a lot of their attacking weapons there on the field, and let's see if they can get it down to the line and create something to even the score a bit here as they approach their fifth and last play. With Brooke in hand, with ball in hand. And she's just been caught out of half. So the Cook Islands
they need to do a press D here, I think. If they want the ball back, there's only a minute left. They sort of want to force the error, but the Cooks are going to show some experience. They're coming off the back of being champions last year, so they are going to be dangerous to this whole tournament. So let's see what they can do.
They've got their speed and Coco Masters there with the ball, and she's just running into space, and she might be away here. Oh, as they find an open play, and that's beautiful work there from the winger from Niue to shut that play down. As they come back towards the short side, and is that a touch, or would that be a 6 to go as the refs?
Well, they've got an opportunity here to go end to end, that they're going to have to do something to get themselves out of trouble.
With 45 seconds, there's plenty of time to get from one end of the field to the other and score. So that urgency, which is what the Niuean girls have been lacking this game. Let's see if they can bring it together in this last 30 seconds and create a platform for them to come up with something to even the scoreboard here. As they approach fifth and last. Oh, and a little trick play through the middle. And
the old baby blue run a little different. Anything the winger does, I just call it baby blue because it just got me too many times. So sometimes I dream about how I got done by a baby blue.
And as we can hear the the siren go off in the background to wrap up this game. And well, what a beautiful contest we had here with Cook Island just getting it on top of Niue by 1 try with the score margin 2-1.
Yeah, I'm sure these two teams will go back, work out what worked, what didn't work, and we'll see them bigger and better in the next game.
Definitely, and that's been us for this game. Join us again for our next feature. So we're just going to have a quick break, and we'll be back to you shortly.
Going from screen right to left. Billy Va'a there takes the tap, drive there, 3/4 is coming here. Oh, trying to sneak in between the middles there. So touch 4, 5th is coming. Papua. Billy Va'a at half. Last, long, intercepted there by the winger. Good in defence there by Indigenous as they now subbing out, and penalty there, not making the 5.
Good start in defence by the Indigenous team there.
So Rani Hagen plays the ball now over to Mam. Melissa Orchard plays the ball there now. We've got now Hinch. Season girls now, the latch. Ooh. Had the overlap there. Yeah,
She had a half quick feet and she's straight through.
Oh, touch was made.
Yeah, I
Touch and pass?
thought that
Touch
might
and
have been away then, but
Yeah.
the refs called it back. Good recovery there in defence then from Niue, and they've held on.
Yeah, and that was good D there by initially Indigenous and driving up and attacking the line on the last there. Now the Niue is subbing off. Perry passed the ball to half there. Now we got King, Silimaka, and ball down. So see what the Indigenous do here.
Flirting with danger, handing the ball over at halfway,
yeah.
in your subsets. They really need to complete them and get them all the way to the try line to keep this Indigenous team off their line.
Good drive here by Indigenous. Hagen now to Clarkson. Dishing off numbers here. Oh. Unlucky there, 2-on-1 there.
Yeah, Katie Shaw was just blindsided before she got to pass that then. But here we go again. Evie Clarkson.
Hagen. Yeah.
Wow, they got away with that one, didn't they? The winger looked like she'd slid behind the try line then, but unfortunately the Indigenous girls dropped it over the line.
So Niue subbing, rucking it out, touch 2. Touch 3 there. Latcher coming around. Oh, ball down, unlucky there.
Coach has got
Turnover.
to fix the emphasis here on completing their sets and playing field position. Otherwise, this Indigenous team will tear them apart here on the line.
Clarkson, Hagen. Hagen plays the ball. 3. Clarkson, Hagen. Got to move up here, Niue. Quickie. Outside. Ball down.
Wow, she's
Nice.
actually stepped the link there.
Yeah.
As the link came in to help out her middle, she actually, Rani just put on a left foot step, and that all comes from a drop ball coming out of the box 2 sets in a row and inviting the Indigenous team onto your try line.
Yeah, on the replay there. Yeah, Coach Killer, subset. Got to be articulate and technical in your drive coming off. Here now, Niue tapping off. Papua plays the ball. Philly Va'a Oh, another ball down. Just the errors killing them.
You can have all the structures and the set plays, but at the end of the day, you've just got to complete your sets, don't you?
That's it. Searston, number 10, rolling the ball. Couchy to Conlon. Lani down the sideline.
Searston's auntie is Carly Banks, the great Carly Banks in the coaching ranks. So I'm sure they know a thing or two about the game, and also their father Craig was a former Queensland Origin player.
Here we go, Niue working through the midfield. Bates plays, going through.
Harmony Perry.
Perry looking. Oh!
Try, that's great work.
Good. Straight through the middle there, and a strike touch, and Niue hits back.
So really their first completed set, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So, and completing that set leads them to a try. So Indigenous 1, Niue 1. We got 8 minutes, 47 seconds to go. As now they need to defend their try.
And a pretty simple theory, isn't it? Get to the other end and give yourself an opportunity on that last touch. And Harmony Perry there going straight through.
So Clarkson taps off and long ball to Orchard. Mel Orchard there. To Searston. Meehan. Oh,
it's got caught up in her feet there as she played it.
Little rooster play not going to plan. And touch one there for Niue.
Really got to go forward here to give their players coming on a good platform.
Number one there, Edwards.
Passed already, so they've turned it over not too far over halfway there. So we could see from the start of that set it looked a bit slow and it didn't improve. And again, the Indigenous team will go on the attack.
Searston fades out to Orchard. Clarkson, drive through. Latches coming on. Release now to Couchy. It's fading wide a little. Searston. Oh.
Yeah, I think there's a little hand in the ruck, so the refs let them replay it again, but it's broken the momentum. Oh.
Last pass call forward there. So Niue will tap. Yeah, Niue just need to have a little bit more drive in there, subbing off. King taking it up. Motsutama and number 7 Bates there trying to get through.
So it's good defence by the Indigenous team again, holding him to the 10-metre line.
Yeah.
And as you can see in touch 1, they're already over halfway.
Knox there playing the ball. Oh. Not square. Roll ball. Niue. Look to sub here. Touch through there. As our sweepers are coming on from Niue.
Oh, yeah, set there. But gained himself an extra 10 metres there, so they're slowly getting there with this subset.
Man playing for 2. Searston will fade out. 3. Clarkson, a little sneak play. Rani down the sideline. Yes.
Felt that was a little bit forward there, but they've got away with it.
Yep, got away with it. It was slightly forward, but still little play there by the Indigenous there. As you can see, Alani goes to half. Clarkson, you'll see Rani just on this island there and down the sideline. Good little pass there. exposing that winger, and Indigenous scores their second try, 2-1.
Yeah, and they've probably had the better of field position, haven't they? So
Yeah,
that scoreline probably is a good indication of how this game's going so far.
Yeah, penalty there. Just too early there, the shooter.
Look for Harmony Perry with the ball here. She'll be their go-to player, I'd say, once they get to this try line.
Here we have Mete Perry. Sunny Vessi. Release out to Perry again. Up inside Quickie. Last now. Didn't get over the ball there, called by the referee. Indigenous will come out to 7. Clarkson, that's 1. And now Shaw to Rani, release out to Shaw. Meehan. Clarkson, Latch will get on.
Probably have a little bit better of the foot speed, don't they, in the Indigenous side, and making meters a little bit easier than Niue at the moment.
Little collision there.
Oh, it's going to get penalised. Oh.
Yeah, coach killer. Subset errors.
I think they've got it's a pretty bad refereeing blunder there. The player ran straight through the ruck there, which you're not allowed to do. So probably should have been a penalty then to the Niue team, but
assistant
intercepted.
Here we go. Oh, number
she's
5
home here. I think she's going to get there.
Yes.
Maybe a bit of justice there.
Yep. So looking at the replay.
Boom, read it well.
Whoa.
Popped into the line and away she goes. She showed a clean pair of heels then, didn't she? No one was catching her.
Nope. Shakaya Tanivese scores a try for Niue. 2-2 with 2 minutes 40 to go.
What a great game. What a great first half we've seen so far.
See what we have here. Seaston. And it's Ella Seaston taps the ball. Nice little... Oh. Good read by the winger there. Niue. Pop out pass there, getting the numbers, but sniped by the winger. Touch 2, Clarkson to Orcha.
They'd really like one here, wouldn't they, the Indigenous team?
Clarkson.
Trouble.
Oh, 6 again?
Yeah.
Yeah, 6 again. Touch there. All right, they've got a set on the line. See what they can come up with Indigenous. Roble. Little punish here. Counties. Oh, easy.
Yeah, that's pretty good setup there, but you'd like to think that the other middle was collapsing there. Early touch, no one really wants to throw a 4-on-3 cutout, so they're probably better off stopping the dive over play here. Yeah, just should have collapsed there.
Nice and easy. Evie Clarkson scores the score for Indigenous. They're back up 3-2 with 1:24 to go. Niue will now tap off. That's 1. Good drive. Oh, no. Just a touch there.
Harmony Perry again's the danger person. The ref's got him for maybe a forward pass in the ruck there.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Oh, and
did she say the mark there, or has she just tapped it and gone? But smart play from Rani Hagen there, and that's going to deflate a little bit of air out of the Niue tyres right on half-time. It's what you call turning defence into attack quite quickly.
very quickly, and Rani Hagen scoots away to bring the Indigenous to 4 tries to 2 Niue with about 25 seconds to go. So try and get a full set here. Get down quickly, that's 1. Perry drives it down. Back to Perry. Perry will get the ball here for 3. Dishes off to Papua. Olamotu, Perry's.
I think that's Bates, actually.
Bates? Oh,
Bates,
7,
number
sorry,
7,
yes.
yeah.
My apologies.
So there we go. A pretty good first half, wasn't it? I think the scoreboard feels like it's right. It felt like the Indigenous team probably had the momentum and the Niue team were just hanging in there, and unfortunately for them, they just leaked 2 late tries just before half-time, and Indigenous going to the break at 4-2. Speaking of breaks, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back with you in a second.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to.
And we are back. So back for the second half, the Indigenous team leading 4-2, and we're joined by special guest Carly Banks. Carly, a couple of your nieces are in this Indigenous team. Can you tell us a little bit about them?
Yeah, Lily and Ella are both being pretty honoured to be involved here, and yeah, it's a fantastic concept, isn't it, Gaz? Like it's great to see all of these member nations coming together and you know, just celebrating their culture and yeah, and some really good footy, hey?
Yeah, 100%. I guess for these kids, not many of them get to represent their culture, and also like the teams like Niue and that, unless they're going overseas and spending a lot of money, they don't get the opportunity to represent their country. So this event's been great for those guys and girls.
Perfect, and nice piece of play there. She's an absolute superstar, isn't she? Rani Hagan, very lucky to coach her in the Indigenous All-Stars the last couple of years, Gaz, and yeah, she just showed then why she's one of the brightest talents in the sport.
Yeah, so in the last couple of minutes, she's been the difference between these two sides. It was 2-2 for a while, and then she's gone took the quick tap and ran the length, and then has come out off the tap-off and put another one on for the Indigenous team, and they are a classy outfit. And I think what the good thing to see, obviously we've got the Shores and that offering a bit of experience, but the best thing about this Indigenous team is they're all young, pretty much under 20s girls, aren't they?
Yeah, it's fantastic, and I know that you know, TFA are sort of working towards a pathway system, like we're looking at a big Indigenous camp for all the players, you know, going forward. We had so many expressions of interest this year, Gaz, to play the Indigenous All-Stars, that so everybody understands that we really need to, you know, build a pathway for these young players to come through.
And can you just fill us in about that All-Star weekend? Obviously, just from watching at home, like just fill us in from how the process works. About, you mentioned expression of interest, but can you also just let us know about, it looked like the touch football was included with the rugby league, so I saw some of the touch boys on the field actually doing the war cry with them and all that sort of stuff. So touch has merged with it wasn't like your second fiddle, you seem to be equal with all the rugby league players as well.
It's come a long way, Gaz, like from when the teams were getting changed in the car park in sort of Melbourne a few years ago to us being totally immersed in the whole week, everything that the NRLW and the NRL boys did. They included us in, including the jersey presentations and the dinners and the dance. Nico Hines even spent time teaching our guys how to do the war cry and the dance in his downtime. So
wow,
yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah, it was an amazing experience for everyone, and it's just getting stronger and stronger. And what a great thing for these kids to aspire to in the future going forward.
Yeah, and there's obviously with the Indigenous players especially there's a lot of talent. When you go to these cash comps and all that sort of stuff, there's a lot of talent, but unfortunately they don't get seen as much as some of the mainstream players and they miss out. So events like this and the All-Stars is now showcasing the Indigenous talent.
These sorts of tournaments are gold, Gaz, and yeah, couldn't wait to come down here today to have a look around and see all the sort of talent on display from all the different nations. So yeah, it's just fantastic privilege to be here.
Yeah, that's great. And just going back to your nieces, so can you just fill us in a bit of background about your background as Indigenous side of the family and how they've now been brought into these teams?
Yeah, we're our people are the Gamilaroi people. My mum was a very proud Indigenous woman from out St George Way, and we've sort of always been really proud of our Indigenous heritage, and that's a great try there for the Indigenous team. They're starting to sort of really open it up here now, Gaz, aren't they? And, we've got some great play.
I think the leg speed is just what's killing the Niue team at the moment. So we just watch here as Evie Clarkson gets out of half and throws a long ball to Tia Hitch on the wing there. So what are we out to, 6-2 now?
Yeah, but this Niue team have really tried hard, haven't they, Gaz? Like early on, they stuck it to the Indigenous team in the first half and, came up with some really bright passages of play. So, yeah, they'll get better and each team will get better, as the sort of tournament unfolds over the next couple of days.
And just right on cue, Carly, they've just gone in to get themselves on the board again, the Niue team. So I'll give them one thing, that if it goes on effort, they're really keen and putting in they're very passionate about representing their country, because I'm sure a lot of these girls here haven't had that opportunity on the big stage because of the expense and travel and all that sort of stuff. So they're really doing their country proud at the moment. Yeah,
and the number 7 who scored that try, she's probably been their best, Gaz. Renee Bates, she's been a real standout for them and is definitely their chief playmaker here.
Yep, 100%. Good touch there as one of the Searstons and Carly right on point, trying a little dive over there. That was Ella. Ooh. So can you just fill us in, just so the people who are watching, Ella and Lily, which is the older one, what's their background as far as who they play for in the local comps and what sort of highest levels have they got to so far?
Yeah, they've just come off the back of the NTL where they were in the Swans 20s team. Lily's the elder one by 2 years, and she was the captain of the Swans 20s, and Ella's the 2 years the junior, but Ella's played for the Queensland 15s before and stuff, and they both made sort of merit Queensland sides all along the way. But they've been playing for Swans the last few years in the NTL, and great to see them make a 20s final a couple of weekends ago.
Yeah, and they've really improved, haven't they, the Swans? It's like they've sort of seemed to have started at the 16s level and gone, right, this is our future, and after 3 or 4 years now they made the 20s girls, as you're saying, and they also made the men's open final.
Yeah, very, very good display in the men's open to come up against a pretty red-hot Hornets side, but they did remarkably well to make the final, and that's been on the cards for a while now. And
that's a great ball, as we see there, trying the corner to the Indigenous team.
Yeah,
so extend their lead there.
Yeah, really, really nice piece of play again, and Lily sort of kicking around there, getting the back middle, and again that combination's been pretty good. And number 3, she's been fantastic. Clarkson's had a fantastic game. She finds Misha Couchy in the corner, another one of the Swans 20s girls who had a cracking NYC sort of last year, and she's just going from strength to strength.
I think Evie Clarkson must have had some Gatorade at halftime, Carly, because she's come out in this second half and just gone bang bang and put on a few tries, which has blown the lead out for the Indigenous side.
Yes.
7 minutes to go. What would you be What would you be telling the Indigenous team for the last 7 minutes here?
Yeah, it's interesting because they didn't have a game to start with this morning, did they? This is their first game, so I think Bo would be over there. Bo and sort of Missy in that coaching box, two of the best players, Australian Women's Open representatives and World Cup winners, and two of the best in the sport. They'd be sort of saying to the girls, just sort of maybe keep going through our processes, but we don't want to use up too much sort of petrol because they've got a big clash, don't they, this afternoon with the New Zealand Maori's team. So that's going to be a cracking affair, I reckon.
So you just try and well, they don't need to. Here they go through again. I'm going to give that all clear, and so's the ref. So
they just keep rolling on. They're doing good. They don't seem like they're like using up too much gas, do they, Gaz? And that's the pod system working really well. So Bo and Missy have got that going well, and everyone's sort of sharing the workload around, and not using up too much petrol, which is what you want.
I think what's probably not spoken about enough in the game. We've all got all these, fantastic moves, but the girls in the Indigenous team are just running hard, which opens up opportunities. Defenders can't get back to where they need to be, and all of a sudden the game's simple. Scoop through from half and find your unmarked winger. Yeah,
definitely. You just sort of work for each other, and the great thing about any sort of, Indigenous footy is people play a lot more eyes up, don't they, Gaz? It's just playing pure footy and what's in front of you. And these tournaments, like you're saying, these ones, the cash comps, whatever, you find a lot of diamonds in the sort of rough here, just playing footy, and I think, some of the mainstream footy could probably take a leaf out of the book there, mate, because it's just great watching Flo and running footy for a change.
Well, it's good for our live stream anyway, isn't it? The viewers want to see a bit of footy. Sometimes it gets a bit robotic, but not with these Indigenous girls. They're throwing it around. I think for the last 5 minutes for the Niue team, I'd just be looking for field position and try and consolidate. And just try and get a bit more field position on the line and see if they can peg a few back. Maybe for and against might come into play later in the comp, so they don't want this one to blow out too much.
Yeah, very good point, Gaz. And it's good. And you're just always playing for something, aren't you? Like you're trying to sort of work towards the next game, and it's all sort of positives down in the box and just sort of working on the little 1%ers to try and get a little bit closer there.
Yep, 100%. So here we go here, Niue with a fresh set of 6, running a punish play. And they'll be looking to get one here because they haven't really ticked this scoreboard over too much in the second half. So I know we do a bit of sequencing, Carly, but I'm still a little bit of a fan of move.
100%.
If there's a couple of main players, they're the ones that we obviously want them to get it to, but maybe spread the ball a bit first to open 100%. The fence up so our main players have got more of a chance.
100%, because right there you've hit it on the head, Gaz. Like the Indigenous side weren't moved, they weren't too fussed, they weren't sort of under any sort of pressure at all. But I'm with you. Move the footy around a little bit first, and then come back for your punch play towards the back end of that of the use of your footy.
So with just over 3 minutes to go, the Indigenous side keeps rolling forward. Although they have
7 on or forward pass. What did they do there?
Yeah, I'm not too sure, but they have turned over the last 2 sets, so I'm sure Bo and that would be saying, let's just complete our sets from here. And like you said, keep some petrol in the tank for the next few games.
Yeah, I had a chat to Bo. I rang her on Thursday to wish her good luck for the event, and she was sort of, really, really excited about the youth in this team, as you've sort of alluded to, Gaz, and she was looking forward to sort of coaching this sort of weekend. So great to have an icon of our sport, reaching out and helping our young, Indigenous kids, along the way.
And I think, Bo, it's a little bit of a different, Carly, it's a little bit of a different concept this year because last year the Indigenous teams were primarily exhibition teams, so they might have played a few round games, but then they couldn't actually win the event. They just played a exhibition match against the Maori team, or the Maori team. So this year, there's probably a little bit more feeling to it because they can actually win it. So there'd be even more excitement with these girls that, they might have the trophy in their hand at the end of the weekend.
Definitely, and you're just seeing the spirit between the two sides. Big smiles on the faces of both girls. A little bit of argy-bargy there, but on it went. And and this is what it's all about: just playing the game in the right spirit.
Yeah, I was going to say once Arnie Hagan got a good drive, then it was always going to be hard to hold them off there. And Lily assisted her with that one, feeding her straight out of half there, giving her a chance to dive over and score and extend this lead to 8-3 to the Indigenous side.
Yeah, nice little combination. They were Med-East sort of teammates way back in the school system, like Liliella and like Rani. They've had a bit to do with each other. So, yeah, so I expect there'll be a pretty decent combination there over time. But I think like Rani Hagan, who combine well with anybody, Gaz, she's absolute superstar and a real class act.
Yep. She's definitely leading the way for the younger girls, isn't she? Playing at a high level already.
What I've liked about the way that Niue have played, they've just kept firing shots, Gaz, all the way through from the start of the game to the end. They're not sort of going away. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they progress during the tournament, mate.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how they went in the first game, but yeah, it's definitely A for effort, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. They're really having a crack now. The big question is, can the Indigenous put one on before full time? What do you reckon, Gaz? What's your feeling?
I'm going to say, hang on.
Oh, that's not fair, mate. Come on.
I think someone's going to get out of half, about 20 out and go through.
Yeah,
I'm backing
I reckon
them in.
they'll be right. They'll get their sub box, they'll get down for a strike dump and off they'll go. Here we go. 30 seconds to go.
The suspense.
Here we are.
12's
Looking
offside,
all right.
so give him a penalty.
Yep,
We've
yep.
both backed him
Here's
in
Rani.
here, so they've got to come good.
They do. The strike for Rani. So
This is
get it for Ella, and let's see what she does. Takes off short side.
Oh, she's let us down.
She has,
Cost me
jeez.
10. But anyway, they
Gotta work on
completed
that
the set,
passing
and that's
game.
all you got to do. And when you're up 8-3, you don't have to score in the hooter. So, Carly, thanks very much for joining us and giving us a bit of an insight into the Indigenous side of things. And obviously, you're over at the World Cup, so good luck with that. And maybe we can grab you later on the weekend to join us in the commentary box.
Mate, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for having me, Gaz. And what a great concept and great for Strutties to support this event. Fantastic event it is. Thank you.
All right, we'll be back soon. Thanks, guys.
Maori's just getting penalised there for not moving forward. Lee's not going to let that slip. Let's see what Wongi's got. We've got another one, not moving forward. See what PNG going to do here. Nate Wood will look to set up here, Wongi. Kingston's got that covered over this side. Very good link. One I said before, you got to watch him. He loves to get in that lane. They run an OZ. They'll give it back to Nate here. Wongi scoots. Good read. Bailey's going to be one to watch this tournament. Everyone saw his highlight try from last year. He won't let one slip, but he's a very good defender in that wing position as well. Watch the Maoris get to their box here. Kalis Brown coming off another strong year last year. Running around with Country Club in that Prem grade division at Metro Cup. He's joining us this year for the Maoris, and he's going to be one you got to watch in the years to come. He's already making his mark on the game in the touch scene. PNG probably mixed that up. They messed that up a little bit. Maybe just missed comms there to what they were running to play. Good touch. You're going to have to get down a bit further than that, PNG. And Nate Woods here, barking orders from the sideline, letting his team know. Let's see what PNG can execute here. Wongi's got himself back on the field. I'd say Nate's going to look to get himself out there as well. Just a touch there. It was a good hold there. Quaid played for the Indigenous last year. He's a lucky guy. He gets to pick the Indigenous or Māoris, whoever he wants to represent. This year he decided to represent his Māori heritage. And I'm sure he's going to add value to this Maori team. Also coming off of great NTLs 2 weeks ago. Hayden Wong will direct some traffic around here. I'll just say Nate is out there now, so they'll play for Nate and Wongi. Wongi takes off, and Tavius is in the... Oh, and he's dropped it. Maldies will look to get out of here. I am wondering where my friend Tiff Guthrie from 7th Touch is. He stitched me up here to be commentating by myself, but I'm sure when he comes, he'll really lift the Yano. The Māoris work to the box, get some fresh players onto this field. They'll look to take off here. Cade Robson, and he gets touched there. Nate Wood probably saw that scoot coming, and he put himself in a good position to make sure he made that touch. Again, very experienced players, played in a few World Cups himself. Definitely a big leader to this PNG contingent. PNG will work to their box here to get some fresh boys on. See how they go getting out. Bit of missed comms in the last one, but I'm sure they're going to get this one better. Shout out to Grubbies, our Man of the Match sponsors. Tennis Club for our Player of the Tournament sponsors. We've also got Beenleigh Multisports, who is hosting this event at this beautiful place in Beenleigh, Bill Norris Oval. Let's see what Lennox can do. The latest flair that's a big talking point of this Maori team is the brothers. And there we have it, Kurt Runge into the corner. Just another one to his name for this tournament. Flair that's just beautifully set up here. Setting up for the left to right. And Hawani's talent just got him there. And look at this. I am joined by Gary Sonder. Thank you for coming to accompany me. I don't know if I bored the people that are viewing this, but I'm glad you've shown up.
Oh, sorry, mate. I didn't realise you're on your own. I've just doing a bit of a few handshakes around the grounds, and yeah, here we go.
Well, I was handshaking myself, but no one was commentating back to me, so I sort of thought someone was there, so I just pretended someone was saying it back and no one could hear him. So
yeah, nice. How's this game going so far?
Maoris are up 1-0. Hawani just put one in the corner for Kurt Runge.
I saw that, and geez, over 10 minutes gone and only 1-0, so they must be going pretty good here, the PNG boys.
Yeah, Nate Wood's definitely helping them, but I suppose the PNG, they've come off 2 good games. They've had 2 draws in the start of this tournament, so they're coming in with a lot of confidence because they haven't lost a game yet.
Yeah, nice.
And they got a good bit of experience. A couple of Metro Cup boys for Storm, the Wongi, Nate Wood. So they've got plenty of talent that's playing the game.
So the Wong brothers, I've been watching a little bit, especially the number 8, Hayden Wong. He's a lively character.
He is, and he's got plenty of wheels. Nate loses his feet. Not sure what... He might just want the ref to call the pin here just so he can get a rest and come off the field.
Might be an ankle here or a good way of subbing off.
Yeah. He started to limp, but he looks like he's okay coming off now, so...
So the Wong boys, Michael, do you know much about them? Who are they playing for? Are they in the Brisbane comp?
Yeah, so they play Metro Cup for Storm, Southern Storm. I've actually played a few games against them. They're ones to watch. If you don't stay on your toes, they'll probably leave you for dust. They have got some wheels on them. Drummy's going to direct them up the field here.
And the Maori side obviously got a lot of experience, but only leading 1-0. They've been, scoring 5 tries each half. So
Yeah, so, I mean, PNG's doing really well here. And Kurt's in the corner. They've done it again. I think that time was Tyler Love.
and a great drive there from the Maori team. So that's probably
That's
opened
just
it up for
Hawani
Tyler.
again.
Yeah, he loves chewing the meters, doesn't he?
And he just gets it on the right person at the right time, at the right place on the field. And any ball player, honestly, you can pick it up and you know he's taken someone off the field. But the Maoris, they're definitely making their imprint straight away on this tournament, joining it for the first time with the Indigenous. And we also welcomed our Norfolk brothers into the tournament as well, and they got to face this Māori team on round 1, Benny Alphabet, or we call him Benny Alphabet, only because his last name's got too many letters, so we call him the Alphabet. So he's definitely brought that young team, and they went down 10-1 in that game, but definitely would have lifted them up knowing that, you know, Māoris are just a very strong team.
Yeah, I commentated that one. I think it ended up 10-2.
Oh, yes, they did get that second try.
And but the scoreboard definitely didn't reflect the effort from the Norfolk boys. They really tried their hardest, and obviously they're new at this level, and any bit of experience they can get is only going to make them better.
And Wongi here chucks along. Kurt Rungi's read that one, and just unlucky there. Kurt put himself in a really good position to...
Where's Kurt from, Michael?
Well, he's from everywhere, but he's mainly from Brisbane.
Yeah,
he's from the north side of Brisbane. He's played a lot of Metro Cup, played NTLs last year. He's always been around the touch scene. He's a part of the Too Fresh Club, and they just celebrated I think it was their 20th year at the Casarina Cup last week.
Yeah, I did see that on Instagram, so that's a...
Shout out to Causa Knight for everything he does in the touch world, especially in that Fijian community and what he does here in this community for touch.
Is there any plans in the future of bringing Fiji into this event?
Yeah, I think Causa is working with the national body to work out how they can juggle this. A lot of boys are playing in the rugby union, and as soon as they come out of a rugby season, they go straight into a 7 season. So it is a very tight schedule. So we are trying to help develop them and into this, because I'm sure they'd just bring another flair to this tournament.
Yeah, so we've got 1 minute to go till half time here, and a few of the PNG boys, after that repeat set, was given her out on their feet, and the Māori boys take full advantage of it, racing to a 3-0 lead 1 minute before half time.
Yeah, and that's just a numbers game. They knew they had beaten enough, and all they had to do was just ball work. Just catch and pass. Touch is such a simple game. You only have to catch and pass sometimes. And
run at speed, make the opposition make a decision, and hopefully your ball player can pick the right one.
It's try time.
Well, let's hope the halftime speech from the PNG coach is about staying in the fight, acknowledging how well they went in that first 10 minutes, and not putting their heads down and letting this Māori team run away with it.
100%.
Because for and against could come into play later on in the tournament, couldn't it?
Especially off the back of 2 draws.
Oh, he's missed him.
And Drummy's missed. He's pulled out of that on Nate Wood and he's put one on him. Nate Wood is going to make sure he goes back. He would have... There's the milestone from him. He'll remember half time.
Yeah.
He got to just get the goat out of position and get himself a try, I'm sure.
You think he might crop that and put on his highlights reel?
It looks like he's running to his phone now to do that. Nope, he's going to do it after the game, I think.
All right, well, while they take a short break, we'll take a short break too, with the Maori team leading 3-1 over PNG.
here we go. Half time. Both captains would have had a lot to say in that half. Drummy, you did say they've had the half-time lead in the last 2 games by 5. They're only up 3-1 here, so...
Yeah, it's been a great effort from the PNG boys to hold that star-studded team to only 3, and then getting that try right on half-time will give them a little boost, and they got the tap-off here, and tell you what, if they can get one here, it's definitely going to make the game interesting.
Imagine for a 3rd draw, 3 games into your tournament. That would be... is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, it says you can't lose, but it also says you can't win.
Yeah.
But you're still in the fight. You're accumulating points along the way, and that's what this tournament's all about, really, isn't it? Just accumulating points so you get to that final.
100%. And Nate will lead him around the park here. I'm sure he'll work with Wongi on this one. I know Wongi's on the sideline. Wongi's not out there. That's an interesting start to the half. He's missed the jump on that one. But they've got the ball back here.
So for penalty, I probably would be bringing Wongi on for this repeat set if I was running the show.
Yes, I would be looking to sub. It's a percentage game. I was talking to Ryan about that in the last one we commentated for the women's, that you've got to know when you've got to get your star plays out there, because you only get so many opportunities in touch and you don't want to miss one. Nate's chucked a long ball to the link. They've read it. The Maoris have put themselves in a good position. Bodies in front. Nate will play again here. And there's good... Oh, and he's put it down.
Well,
What a ball.
Love then went for the big intercept and came up with duck's eggs. And like we hoped for, the PNG boys have started this half off with a try and 3-2. So let's just see how these Maori boys react to that. I'd say that getting the tap-off's going to help them here, but... got to concentrate on getting the stop here, the PNG boys, to keep this game interesting.
That's the only focus here is stop this and get out of the end. If they can achieve that, they're going to keep this game where we want it.
So they've thrown on all their young boys here. It's pretty much the team from the NTL 20s here that they've got on in the middle and link position. So let's see what these boys can come up with.
And he's thrown a big one.
Gold. So they've run a quarterback play there. Middle needed the link to help out, and they just exposed the numbers with some sharp feet.
They have, and Bailey crosses again.
Jeez, he's racking up some tries, isn't he?
He definitely watched that highlight video through the week when Drummy threw it to him last year, and he's not going to miss a highlight reel again this year. Plenty of tries he can go back and watch this year.
Yeah, I think he got 4 or 5 in the first game we called.
I wonder if he's won himself a Grubby's Player of the Match, Man of the Match Hawaiian meal for dinner tonight.
Well, we were talking before, Tony won it in the women's game, and we said if she can bag 4 more, she'll be able to take the whole family to dinner tonight.
And I'll be there. I hope I get invited.
And Michael, just on the sponsors, can you give a bit of insight into who they all are and how they came about and what they're doing to help this event? Yeah,
so obviously, amazing. Struddies is one of our major sponsors and a big part of this event. Obviously, both of us are a part of the company as well, and we just love putting our Pacific people on the map. So we're involved in a lot of programs, and this is one exciting one we're involved in. We got our official entertainment partner, Clutch Entertainment, DJ Masingi. Tomorrow we got DJ Ballin and DJ On It. They've come here to just entertain our crowd and our communities. Our official partner, Seventh Touch, Mr. Tiff Guthrie, who stitched me up. He told me he was coming. He didn't come, but I'm glad you showed up. He's just another level. He's like you. He's just a touch fanatic. He just knows the game. He breaks the game down really well. And
wow, and in the background we see a try of top quality, a lot of flair. Oh, I think he's going to get him for a forward pass. I think you got to let that go, Michael. Let the kids play.
Nah, I'd pull it up too. If it was forward, it was forward. And PNG would be hoping this one was. And ooh, it does look forward from where that is. That replay did look forward. I think Kingston just relaxed a little bit.
Yeah, sorry, Michael. Just go back to them sponsors. So Tiv has flown all the way in from New Zealand.
He has. He joined us yesterday in beautiful Queensland. Got to come down and check out the fields. He went to a couple of the trainings, got to interview a couple of the coaches.
Oh, that's nice.
And there's Kaya crossing.
Nice little trail play then from the boys, and that'll give him a bit of breathing space there.
So we got 5-2.
So I did commentate the first round with Tiv, and boy, he knows his stuff and he knows all the players, and he's obviously, studies a lot. And I think the best thing about him is that he's promoting the game in all other countries, not just Australia and New Zealand. And to me, to be honest with you, I think that's probably where the sport needs to lift a bit more. Like, obviously Australia's the number one country, but when you're playing for Australia at a World Cup, you want the other sides to be good as well. You obviously want to win, but I think we've got to start offering, like events like this and people helping out. I know Mark Tipple at the moment's over in Samoa, helping out with some of them, their crew over there. So the more we can help these other countries, the better the competition's going to be at a World Cup, the more exposure the World Cup's going to get, and the more meaning it's going to have if you do win it.
Correct. And I think this is what the whole event's about. It's about how do we get the level of the touch in the Pacific bigger and better and stronger, and the more exposure we get against players like Drummy, Princey when he was here last year. He didn't join us this year, but you learn so much. You get to play against these guys. You take it back home, or you take it back.
I had that down then, but I've scored the touch. Sorry about that.
No, you're all right. And Nate, I do want to commentate when you do score. So when you do watch this back, I'm sure you'll go looking for your highlights. And he always nearly crept through there. But yeah, we needed a bridge, and we came off of Pacific Games, a stronger tournament again. But we'll come off again from this event, and it'll be stronger again before all the Pacific countries head to the World Cup in England later this year.
And you just want to fill us in a bit about the venue and what those guys do and how much help they give in supporting this event?
Yeah, well, Mick Breen, here comes. Yep, he's put that down. Huani's just put that one down. Looking for the penalty there. Mick Breen, shout out to him. Bill Norris Oval, Bingley Multisports, a big part of the community here in Logan, in the Brisbane, in South East Queensland. Always putting his hand up for any Pacific event, and he's done it again this year. He's got the fields in good condition. He makes sure everyone's enjoying their time at this facility, and can't thank him enough for everything he does.
And just fill us in, because I think, the people listening at home, when touch is sometimes seen as a second sport to some people, can you just fill us in about, I see in the background there's like an A-grade team warming up, and they've been pushed to Field 3 today.
Oh, well, shout out to them as well, for playing over in Field 3, that they moved their field with no worries at all, because they saw what platform we've put on here. There's 4 games of rugby league at the back of the field today. But that community's come in today also to watch this specific flavour of touch that we put on here this weekend.
Wow. Foot speed there, Michael, from the
refs have made another call here.
Oh, I think he's got to say he was in the ruck there and play through. And unfortunately, the PNG boys just couldn't keep up with the foot speed of the drive. And I think what he's looking at here is the dummy half gets manhandled a bit, but because he's broken through, I think they've just let it go and awarded the try, which is the correct call.
I would have been arguing that he touched me with his head.
100%.
And still lost the argument, but I would have argued it.
And Michael, player of the match. So each game, whoever's deemed by the referees to be the player of the match, tell us what they win and tell us a little bit about that company.
Oh, well, Grubby's Hawaiian Burger, Mr. Ben Numata, call him Nacho. He jumped on. He loves anything Pacific. He wears his Samoan badge on his sleeve and the Pacific badge on his heart. So he just chucked in. He said, "Mate, I want to be player of the match sponsor." 37 vouchers given out over the weekend. 37 matches. Everyone that wins it will win a meal at his fabulous Grubby's Burgers place in Logan, Redbank, or Chermside.
Now, he didn't happen to slip in 40, did he? One for the commentators, or he only got to the 37 mark?
No, 37, and he said, "Ring me when you get here." So we're going to ring him when we get there and hope he's got those other 3 that you mentioned.
And so is it a traditional style burger place?
No, he just loves his food and just created food that the Pacific Islanders like. It's not a island so much of food, but it's everything Islanders like to eat. and that's usually anything.
Bit of southern fried chicken.
Yeah, in his Hawaiian meals.
Okay, and lastly, player of the tournament. You've also jagged the sponsorship for that, so fill us in on who they are and what the player of the tournament gets.
Teddy's club jumped on, men's mental health group, gets the men's community. Here goes Wongi through and ball down. And Lennox's Kai's just missed the jump on that one.
Yeah, but, sorry, just going back to that. So Wongi again, he's putting himself on the map here, isn't he? And showing a whole new audience what a good player he is. Look at the foot speed, fakes the quickie, burns Carter Skinner, I think that was, short side, and then exposes the link. And the PNG boys, they're doing their country proud here, 6-3 against the star-studded Māoris team.
Yeah, so shout out to Titters Club. DJ Masingi's on the deck today. They've offered to sponsor donate. They're a non-for-profit. The player of the tournament for both men's and the women's division. And I'm sure there's got to be a connection to the new Pacific Asics boots that they released the other day.
Pretty flash, aren't they?
Wild. I was on there at 12 o'clock Sydney time in Queensland and made sure I got myself a pair.
Wow, we've just seen
Brown just sliced through.
Yeah, just stood him up there.
Shout out to his dad, Dan Brown. Probably thought he taught him that, but he did learn that himself. So if you are watching, Dad, your son has scored another try.
I think the pink boots might have put off the defender then.
Kalis, he's a up-and-coming talent. I mean, this whole Maori team, Drum's done a really good thing this year. He's brought all the young boys in and showed the level that they're at, and they're just freaks. They're just freaks. They just love the game.
Just need them to train a bit harder and turn up the training now, and then they'll all be making the next level.
Yeah. If they can do that, then I need to go and work out how they did it and bring it back to our Samoan community, our PNG community, everyone's community. And game sweep there. Nate will look to set up for himself here. It's crazy. Nate does really well when he plays for his country, and he just...
Ooh. Oh, got him.
Oh, he probably could have held that. They're looking for the 6.
I think I was thrown into him, to be honest.
You're sort of reaching when you're trying to get something like that.
Yeah.
See what the Māoris can do in the last 2 minutes here. They're probably going to look to execute on this one, and there they go. They've done a little sneaky, pretend to sub off or pretend he's off the field, and down the sideline they go. I think Quade's thrown that one.
So we had 3-2 at half-time, didn't we? And now all of a sudden they've banged on their usual 5
and so
tries
Brown
a
just
half.
pretends to go off here.
A little bit forward.
We'll let that one through. They didn't come to the bunker, but Quade, I was saying something about him before, his brother's playing, or his cousin. I do need to clarify that with the sisters. Is playing for the Indigenous side, Chase. But yeah, they've just caught the winger napping over there. Tabias Nona just wasn't probably watching what Brown did there.
So just over a minute to go. Be good to see the PNG boys get one more just to make it probably a scoreline that does them justice for the effort they've put in this game.
For sure. Let's see what Wongi can do here. Nate Wood's not out there at the moment, but Wongi will take control. If they can put him where they want it, Wongi will pick the right way to run. Here comes the sweeper. They have got some wheels on these young fellas. I'm glad I'm not playing this year. I do feel like I would be on a treadmill every couple of seconds.
It does feel like there's a lot of more younger
A good link
players.
ball, and he's off to the wing. Oh, and he's put it down there.
A lot more younger players in the event this year, which is obviously what you're really looking for out of this event, isn't it?
Oh, I mean, you see it in the NRL now. Like, look at all the 18-year-olds debuting in NRL now. Like, they're just around it. They're exposed to it so much more now. So they're picking it up when they're very young, and they're just carrying it on, and they're just becoming unstoppable.
All right, just 15 seconds to go, but usually the Hooters going a little bit before that, so they're probably going to have 1 or 2 touches here maximum, I'd say.
Wongi's probably going to take his time. It's not going to change too much, and there's the Hooter. And what a game.
Yep.
They definitely put Māoris to wake up a little bit in that one, but well done PNG, well done Māoris. Another good win from the Maoris, 8-3. We're going to see you back on field 1 enjoy the rest of the day on Struddy's TV.
Yeah, you better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss, and it ain't something that I'm planning.
Rasmussen. Ras, how are you, bro?
Not bad, not bad. I'm more privileged than you're privileged. I'd feel privileged whether I was playing with you or commentating with you, either one. But
Hey,
commentating next to the man behind the 7th touch page, and it's all my pleasure.
I appreciate that. So we're here for an open women's fixture between the Indigenous and the Cook Islands. It's been an incredible day so far. It's pleasing to see how many people have turned out. How have you enjoyed the day so far?
Oh, it's been amazing. The weather's been hot, cold. It's honestly like living in the islands. You don't know what you're waking up to every day, whether it's going to be roaring with rain or it's just roaring with heat. But the community come down today. There's thousands of people down here that's got around this event. We've got rugby league on another field, so it's just awesome to see, and the entertainment has just been outstanding.
Yeah, how about that, eh? When touch footy can kick rugby league to a backfield. That's I don't know whether that's a first around the state of Queensland, but we've managed to do it here at Bill Norris Oval as we see the Cook Island team and the Indigenous heading out onto the field. They've had a few games already so far. And in terms of star players or players that you would expect to stamp their mark on this game, Michael, who are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, I got to commentate the Cookies before. Coco Masters is obviously a big part of this team, and even Brianna Nathan. Both of them just stepped up before in the last game, and I'm expecting big numbers from them and big minutes from them here. And then obviously on the other side, you just got a starstruck Indigenous side, and it's good to see the youth and Rani Hagen, who's going up to make the first touch. It's going to be one to watch.
Yeah, Rani Hagen, the Indigenous All-Stars representative, actually, from the All-Stars clash back in February at Townsville, playing up against the Maori All-Stars, so she'll be one to watch, as you mentioned, Michael. But players begun, and a little bit late on the sweep there for Cook Islands. So both of these teams will be a little bit tentative early on, just trying to feel each other out as they go bang off the left foot, looking for the long ball over the top. Technique not quite there for Brianna Nathan, but she was instrumental in the previous game. So look for her, as you mentioned, to get stuck right into the Cook Island attack.
Yeah, and here's Rani. She'll direct them to the box, play a simple game at the start here and execute. I think that's the game plan. Or Rani's fake to go off the field. She even fooled me.
And they've managed to streak away down the right-hand side. And Rani Hagen, as we talked about just in the build-up before, she's caught the ball off the ruck. I thought it was a hint of a forward pass and potentially feel hard done by the Cook Islands, but they've managed to get around the outside, playing to the referee, and streaked away down the sideline, nabbing the first try of the match. And it's all important, that first strike, isn't it?
It is. And these Cookies didn't want to probably start that way. They came off a good draw against the Maoris in their last game, so 5 apiece the last one. So they're coming in with a lot of confidence, playing against that Maori starstruck. But this Indigenous team, you've got to watch them. They're young, they're fast, and they're full of energy.
And it just shows the competitiveness of the women's grade as we see a scoop through from Cook Islands. There was Chanel Berryman. There's a few Berrymans in this team. But as we see, a penalty was called offside by the referee, but she managed to poke her nose through. That's an early warning shot from Berryman. As we go back to live play, just waiting, hovering around the 7-metre line, gets a quickie, looking to dive around the defender.
Yeah.
But well defended there from Lily Searston.
Yeah, I think she just got herself in a good position there, didn't she?
Yeah, she had a good profile and was able to get back on side turn and make the touch. A little bobble at the roll ball. Yeah, the referees picked that one up. And just ball in. Attention to detail, I'd probably say. A lack of it there from the Cook Islands.
There's many words for that one. 1% coach killer. Attention to detail's a new one. Yeah, had to be better there.
Yeah, as Indigenous, they were quick onto the turnover and they ruck up the sideline. And well coached by the Australian legend herself, Bo Dela Cruz. I've seen her hovering around, so it's great to see her still involved with the Indigenous outfit and efforts there as we see a scoop out of dummy half going to the right-hand side. That's Orchard and touched. But that's a great set from Indigenous. They've gone from 7 metre to 7 metre and they've plugged it sort of as close to their box as they can.
They've come with some energy. Bo would have said, girls, you're young, you're fast. Show them your talent.
And you're going to be tough to beat as well. So Cook Islands now looking to do the same. And it's really been the story of the first couple of games. Great. Oh, the pass was there, and it was there to be taken, but unfortunately has gone to ground, as you see on the Strutties replay. The Subbers did come around, and that extra pass was on, just the execution not quite there. Ball going to ground. And now the Indigenous have the ball in prime real estate, a couple of metres off the 7-metre line.
See what Reese Orchard comes up with here. They've got Salu just come on into that link over there as well, so they'll look to play to her.
Yeah, taking it deep into the line. Great defence there from Cook Islands. Hard shut defence.
Oh,
and the referee, the referees, nothing's getting past them since the first try of the game. But not square was the call. So handover, it's Cook Islands coming off their line. Little bobble there. And it's just, as we talked about, attention to detail. Just the little 1%ers balls need to go up around the chest. And the Indigenous now with a full set of 6 straight onto the 7-metre line. That's Clarkson on the ball, working with Layla Hickling. And they're just looking to draw the Cookies defence out, as they've got numbers on the right-hand side, but well recovered there from the Cook Islands.
Salu. She's played a few games of touch in her life. So
just about experience,
yeah,
isn't she?
She's got some experience under her belt, so they'll look to play to her in that link.
Yeah, ball to ground, just not quite getting the body over the ball, and then the feet caught up at the ruck. So another little bobble. These unforced errors, as we get later and later in the day, they become all the more important. Great drive there from Masters as the Cook Islands look to get to the halfway. And it's a little bit more direct on this one, and the attention to detail is there on this occasion. They've got a couple more touches up their sleeve. Going out a half, that's Nathan. Looking to go to the right-hand side to Shanice Nathan, but
what do we got here from the refs?
And it's just that communication between the refs just to make sure that they've got the call right. 6 touch is the call, and it's a handover. That's a heavy touch. And yeah, it draws the ire of the referee.
Bit of fatigue?
That was Brianna Nathan. I don't know. I think she might have been in there to send a statement.
Let her know that she's here to play.
That's it. And as a result, from a static roll ball, the ball goes to ground, and just a little bit of imposing defence there from the Cook Islands.
Yeah. I think we'll see the ante. I mean, Cook's defending champs, and they want to mark their statement again on this event. So
yeah, she scored a try like that earlier in the day. Did Brianna Nathan? She just runs the open
left
side quickie, shapes to go back in field, and then isolates that middle defender, and then just goes, jink off the left foot. She scored a beautiful one against the Maori. Gets up grimacing in pain, though. Let's hope she's okay. She's back up in the attack as the pass comes out. They look to run a 4-on-3. They had one more touch up their sleeve, though. And now on a static 5th and final, we'll see what they can come up with.
Probably had to be better there. They probably had to know the count. The winger had to let them know the count, so the ball player can put that in the right spot next time.
Yeah, well, they had one extra touch up their sleeve, which they didn't account for, and as a result, through the hands there of Evie Clarkson, the Indigenous, and 1 or 2 touches, they've gotten all the way up to halfway, and which means they've got a few touches up their sleeve as they approach touch 4, 5, and 6, although just lost their way a little bit. Strike dump coming. The scoop comes from Rani Hagen, goes bang off the left foot. She's found some space. She probably had a little bit more time than she expected there.
Probably could have dug in the line a little bit more, or went through.
I think so, yeah, it was there. She opted to pass out to the right-hand side, and next best thing, Ras, if you're not going to score, then at least put the ball down the other end of the pitch and on your side.
Yep. Make it 3 touch here. They're going to struggle to get over halfway on 3 here, and that's the reason you put it on the other side, isn't it?
Exactly right. But Coco Masters has done well there to snatch 10 or 15 metres, and now they're coming on a strike dump. The scoop comes. It's Ozols. They're extending the play, but that's the benefit of finishing your previous set on your side and as far down the field as possible. They just couldn't quite get the field position, couldn't quite win it back, and as a result, the Indigenous now will get the ball and start from right on halfway so they can cross straight into enemy territory here. Holding a slender 1-0 lead. We've got 6.5 minutes left in this first half.
And I think that was Greg, the ref out there. I think he just wanted to let them know he's been in the game long enough. He doesn't want the back chat. He trusts his call, and I think who do we have there? Chanel just didn't agree with the call, so The refs always got control, don't they?
Exactly right. They're the ones with the whistle at the end of the day. Just a huge shout out to our referees. We've got 3 in action on this field, 18 in the contingent all up. And they're definitely showing that they're the ones with the whistle. They're the ones that the players need to adapt to as Indigenous getting to the 7-metre line with a fresh set of 6. Happy to take the touch there out wide. That was Reese Orchard. Now swinging the ball back to the middle of the field. They're patient in their setup. The sweep comes around. They've opted to go to the short side. They've found some space in behind. That's a great diving touch from the Cook Islands. She stuck with her and was able to dive and catch her as dummy half.
Just got to stay in it, don't you? Don't give up. That's a never give up attitude.
And we've seen Norfolk Island is probably a perfect example in the men's of never giving up and putting your body on the line and losing some skin for the boys. And in this instance, yeah, there was losing some skin for the girls there, which is great.
Let's see what the sisters got here, the Shores. They've been in the game a long time.
Yeah, another very experienced couple, aren't they? The siblings, the Shore siblings, as we see one of them.
I reckon that I definitely do think these girls would keep them quite young, so they'd be stoked with that as well.
The average age
being
brought down.
The average age gets brought down. I'm sure Bo's got some itchy feet coaching this team. Come on, let me out there.
It's hard not to, especially when the action is coming at you this thick and fast. So Katie and Missy, the Shore girls, looking to stamp their experience on this team as this is a great show of defense from Cook Islands. They've managed to hold out a whole entire set of 6 and back-to-back as well as the long ball goes out to the right. Is that a finish out in the corner from Katie Shaw? The referees say all clear.
And it's a good finish there, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Well, it was. I thought they were running out of room there out on the right-hand side, but Katie Shaw just put the ball in the right hand. Went from
sister to sister.
Missy Shaw to Katie Shaw, put the ball in the right hand away from the defender and dove over the line. Brilliantly taken try there from the Indigenous. They extend their lead. It's 2-0 with about 4 minutes left in the first half. And Masters, she's been in a lot of the Cook Island attacks, so look for her as well as Brianna Nathan in the number 9 jersey to really put their fingerprints all over this one. It's a hot day here in Bentley at Bill Norris Oval as the sweep comes around. They've got numbers there on the right-hand side. The referee did call them offside, and he's followed through. Offside is the call. So a repeat set for the Cook Islands.
And that's Brianna Nathan. She'll look to control this one.
Just holding the ball up in the middle of the field. There's Coco Masters looking to run short. And very tight defense there from the Indigenous. They're going to have to be when it comes to defending these two ladies in the middle. And running an eye defense there, the Indigenous.
Interesting. I would say Rani's probably come out with that and talked to Bo a little bit about that. Bo's not, it's still around touch heavily, but I'm sure Rani would have said, hey, maybe we play eye defense in this one. And let's see if we can control it.
Well, it does put the onus on the Cook Island attack, doesn't it? And to see whether they can attack against different sort of defensive setup. And as we see, we'll see if they run it again. They do. The middle and link pop forward. Now they run a rooster play, looking to run numbers on the left-hand side. Looking to throw that link ball was Coco Masters. Second phase was there. Just not quite getting the ball to ground was Dawn Nathan.
The Indigenous are staying strong here.
Can they hold out for one more set? She's gone through the line.
Rani.
No, she was through.
Rani's done the dummy. She knew her positioning there was good enough to stop that from coming through.
Oh, she showed her the inside lane, didn't she, Rani Hagen, as you see on defense. She showed it, and at the last minute, reached the hand out. She let Brianna Nathan take that channel through the middle.
Smart defense, that as long as you make it.
Well, it's always smart defense if you make it. As the Indigenous crossover halfway. With 2 minutes left, we'll see if they can extend their lead. We've seen throughout the day the teams that can score on either side of half-time, they really take the game by the scruff of the neck come the second half. So the Indigenous getting towards the 7-metre line, scoop coming out of dummy half. That's Hickling. Going out to the right-hand side, diving was pass. Masters.
Good touch.
Yeah, and she left her feet there, didn't she? And it's worked in their favour. Touch and pass is the call from the referee. And these girls, yeah, their commitment is on point here.
They're leaving the ground. They're leaving their feet, aren't they? And Nathan wanted a quick tap there. She's letting the ref know next time, let me go. I want to get to the box.
Let them play, ref, let them play.
She knows the time on the clock. Every second counts in a tournament and an event like this.
Yeah, well, and results do matter, don't they? Michael, as we see, or as we saw at last year's event, where two teams finished on the exact same points differential, points for and against. So every second absolutely does count as they get a repeat set. Well taken there. That was Chanel Berryman looking to draw and pass.
Obviously, there's the other catch of the Grubbies man of the match voucher. Like, effort gets you man of the match, and they keep showing the refs they'll dive and leave their feet. They might earn themselves a Grubbies man of the match, player of the match award.
And there's quite a few to go around. I think the call from Gary Sonder in one of the early games was that Tony Rasmussen, she won enough, she'd be able to take the kids and husband out to dinner, as we see the Cook Islands.
He did mention that. He got to commentate with me last game. He said that I might even get invited to it. So how good's that?
Lucky for you. And now 30 seconds left in this fixture between the Cook Islands and the Indigenous side. Just happy to play patient there is Talia Berryman, and tries to draw the penalty, which she manages to pull. And if you're new to touch football, the rules are if you give away 3 penalties defensively on the 7-metre line, on the goal line, then one player will be excluded and have to sit on the side of the field for a period of time until the end of the attacking set.
The clock might get him here. That's your only problem now.
Yeah, well, there's only 5 seconds left, and I think a bit of gamesmanship from the Indigenous side. Maybe they were well aware of the time. But as she managed to slice through, great diving effort there. Alice Seston makes the touch, and that's a pretty tidy effort there from Indigenous.
That's a solid pack in that defence line. They didn't, they set out a goal to not let a try, and they're achieving it.
And they've taken, as a result, a 2-0 lead into the halftime break. The Indigenous up over Cook Islands, as we see Rani Hagen, the star of the Indigenous team, streaking away down the right-hand side. We'll see if she can do more of the same come the second half. Join us after the break between the Indigenous and the Cook Islands.
Yeah. Let's go.
And welcome back to the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. We are here live from Bill Norris Oval, and we've got an interesting clash on our hands, don't we, here, Michael? We've got Indigenous up 2-0 in the Open Women's over the Cook Islands, and there was a lot of animation coming from the Cook Islands sub-box. If you are Coach Eden Nathan, what are you saying to your troops at half-time?
Girls, let the emotion get away and just play your game. You come off a really strong game in your last one. You just got to play and do you. And, Indigenous are just staying real composed. I mean, they've got, when you got to play like Rani in your team, you're probably going to be pretty composed. And, they're just doing a good thing, and we'll see what Rani does here.
Rani Hagen, the Indigenous playmaker. She looks to set one up. Referees have spotted a forward pass, though, off the ruck. But it was looking very, very likely there, wasn't it? Just there. I've seen plenty of those being given away, but technically if the ball drifts forward out of the hands, then referees should be pulling it up, and they have pulled it up on that occasion. So Cook Islands survive a bit of a scare there as they cross halfway and will look to work the ball down the middle of the field. Got a few more touches up their sleeve. There's Talia Berryman and Chanel Berryman working in the middle. Scoot comes out of dummy half. They look to run the numbers on the left-hand side, but it's man-on-man defence Woman on woman on
demands that
defense,
ball
I
back.
should say.
Yeah, woman on woman.
And she really drove that set, didn't she?
Yep. And she'll look to get the box and get them a clean, touch 2 at halfway.
And how important is it, Mike, to get those experienced players around the inexperienced players?
But it means everything, not only to the player, but to events like this. Like you just take so much learning from it. When you got the experienced players coming from Youth World Cups or the system, to bring that experience back and expose it to the Pacific people is huge.
And definitely, because in turn they can also take that experience and those learnings, that growth and development. They can take that to the players that come from the home nation. And if you can get a good combination of players from all around the world, if they're all eligible, then it makes a World Cup event like the one in July a lot more competitive, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, there's still a huge gap between the Australian and New Zealand and the rest of the world. And the Europeans are doing really well at what they do. But the Pacific people, we're always naturally talented. So, football's in our blood when we're born. So, when you get an event like this and you see the talent that doesn't go unnoticed but is not exposed to enough, it really opens your eyes that the World Cup can be a very different story.
And I think the stat that probably tells the story, I don't know if you know this, Mike, but at the 2011 Touch World Cup, the last World Cup to be held in Europe was 2011 in Edinburgh. There were 5 teams across 2 nations. As we see out on the right-hand side, ball going to ground, there was 5 Pacific teams from 2 nations, Cook Islands and Niue, that played at the last World Cup. This year, upcoming in the 2024 World Cup, there's 24 teams, all from the Pacific, that are heading over, and a lot of these players that are on show today, they'll be making up part of that contingent, which is so awesome to see, isn't it?
It is. We saw the first Pacifica event last year, the 2023. We saw players go back to Pacific Games in Solomon Islands at November, and now heading to England and Nottingham. Like, what an experience for a player that started here last year and is now gone not only to a Pacific Games but heading to the world stage.
Yeah, and you love to see it as the channels open on the inside. They managed to extend the play anyway. They had them on both sides of the ball there, but that follow channel, that ninja line run from Crystal Meehan there really opened up.
And that's how you get in the passing lane, whether it's your hands or your head, whichever one works to stop the try.
Thought I saw a falcon on the field as recount comes by way of the Indigenous. They're looking to really work that short side channel, and they've managed to open them up, and they've crossed. They were patient in their build, and I think that's Alani Conlon that's dotted over down on the right-hand corner, and Indigenous take a 3-0 lead in this one.
Yeah, they just worked really hard for that, didn't they? And they put it where they wanted. Little rooster, come back short side, and the winger just had to walk over the side, over the try line.
Yeah, they really caught the defensive attention there of the Lincoln wing from the Cook Islands, and it was just a lob pass that did it. All it had to do was get from A to B, and now 3-0, the Indigenous. So the Cook Islands, they might want to, they need to nab one back here before this game gets too out of hand. Just buddying up the middle of the field, looking to run a sweep. As they come around, here's Brianna Nathan looking to run back.
Touch and pass.
Touch pass, you could see she put her hands to her head and play on. Is the call, is it, from the referees? No, he says, wait for my call. Rani Hagan would have been streaking away as she did in the first half.
And we saw that a lot in the Trans-Tasman, didn't we? But
yeah.
You don't give her an inch, she'll take the whole mile off you.
Absolutely.
She marches back, tells the ref, next time let me play.
Quite the literal definition of give me an inch, I'll take a mile.
And I think that's just that next level, that transitions everything. When as a dead player, the team that can transition well will be the team that can get on the front foot well.
Well, the slower the transition, the cleaner you have to be on the yards, isn't it? So if you can get a fast transition, as long as you're going forward, you're always going to get the defense on the back foot. So if the attacking team or the team that gets the turnover can get a quick turnover, and they're really going to give themselves an advantage in the set. As we see a sloppy into the back end of that one from the Indigenous.
And that's Tia Hinch. She's got a lot of experience. Her dad's still running around the NTLs. Her brother's in the men's team. The Hinch family out from Toowoomba. Love the game touch. Breathe it. And she's coming with a background of plenty of this fluent Pacific touch.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier as Masters looks to go through, looking to draw the penalty. Nothing forthcoming though. 6 touches the call from the referee. But we were talking earlier, Mike, about the family connections and the amount of siblings that you see, the amount of husbands, wives, mothers, daughters, fathers, sons, the amount that you see, especially in our Pasifika nations. It's so cool to see, isn't it?
It is. It is when you got look at the Shaw brothers or cousins. I didn't ask their mothers after this, but you got Chase Shaw from the Indigenous side this year, and you got Quaid playing on the Maori side. Rani goes through here. Hope she gets caught up. But then look at every team. If you look at every team list, there's 2 or 3 in nearly every team list. There's a relation of somehow.
Yeah, exactly right. And it just adds a little bit extra, I would say, especially to an event like this. And speaking of this event, if you are around Beenleigh over the course of the rest of the day or even tomorrow when it comes crunch time, get down to Bill Norris Oval as we see Cook Islands looking to stretch this Indigenous side, and they've managed to break them. They're coming down the left-hand side. Great shot and a touch that had to be made. Brilliant defensive play there from the Indigenous winger. But Cook Islands, they've still got a few touches up their sleeve. The inside channel was there for Nathan. She tried to take him on, and as a result, she manages to draw a penalty. And she's really tried hard, hasn't she, Brianna Nathan? A lot of the Cook Islands attack has been centred around the likes of herself, as well as Coco Masters and Chanel and Camille Berryman. So,
yeah, I think she brings a lot of experience. So the girls trust that her call's most likely the right call, and so they'll work with her.
Looking to pull the strings again, the Indigenous side running the side defence, and there's space out on the left-hand side if they can just get the ball there. They sort of rotated a little bit on defence, Hagen and co, as they come for a 4-on-3, looking to get behind them. She got both feet on the line, and that's all you need. And that's another great defensive play there from Rani Hagen.
Yeah, I mean, you probably got to identify that early, that if Rani's out there, she is a very strong defender, that if you're going to run your play, you probably got to get it away from her if you can, because she does position well. She's got the speed behind her, and 9 times out of 10, she's probably going to make the right choice.
It shows why she was a member of the Indigenous All-Stars. As you see, rucking up the middle of the field there. Orchard on the scoop, looking to get in behind the Cook Island defence. They've shot up out of the line, and that's freed up a lot of real estate out on the right-hand corner. And they really opened them up. There was a brilliant piece of patience there from Reese Orchard coming out of dummy half. She looked to go to the left, saw nothing was on, stepped off the left foot, held the ball in 2 hands, which I think was key. And then Alani Conlon gets another one out on the right-hand side.
She's putting the tally. She's getting the tallies. She'll be chasing for not only the Grubbies voucher if she can, but also top try scorer where she can. Yeah. We might have to find a sponsor next year for the top try scorer. But the problem is then Drum might hold the ball too much. Boys, everything's on the sweep.
On me, give me the ball. Watch what I do as we see Cook Islands getting to the 7-metre line, running the chicken play, which is a bit of a change-up, and the follow as well, running the ninja. So they ran a few rooster plays just to bring in that Indigenous defence, and then they shaped to run a rooster again before they really threw her out. And that was Chanel Berryman, and then looking for that trail ball on the inside, back to Camille. But yeah, the Indigenous, they're up defensively for this one.
They are. They've come to play, and they've come to play this tournament. They've really brought the energy, brought the team, and brought excitement. So let's see what they can do on this set.
And when you can hold a very well-drilled Cook Islands team to no tries for 30 minutes of a game, 25 minutes of the game, yeah, your defense is in good stead as they try to push the ball as far up the park as they can. The turnover comes the way of the Cook Islands.
And I'm sure the cook, Edith, will do a lot of video on this tonight, and you know, these two could obviously, depending on points, could clash in the semi-final tomorrow, depending on how results go. They've got to be ready if they do match up with them tomorrow, whether that's in the semi, whether it's in the final.
Yeah, and it is, if you haven't seen the draw, it is first versus fourth, second versus third, so results as well as points differential, the amount of tries you score, it's all important as Masters finds a hole, lobs it over the top,
Just
and
good
Delara
defense.
knocks. Well, she had to make a play, and did she what?
2 big moments from both wingers on the same side, just body positioning or getting in the lane to make it a harder pass. 9 times out of 10, you're throwing that 2-on-1.
And the ball did get knocked down. There's numbers out on the right momentarily, but they're happy to play the long game and be patient. It's Masters getting the quickie, goes bang off the right foot, throws the short ball. Ref says play through. Oh, sorry, ref says touch actually. No, ref says she does say play through. And in the end, the Cook Islands do manage to get one on the board. It was touch and go short, just a half a second too late. And a try was called. So Cook Islands, they managed to peg one back, and with 2.5 minutes left, you probably have to say the results out of reach. But as you said, the amount of tries scored for and against, that'll all come into play tomorrow. So
Yep, you just can't be happy with that. You got to defend this, and if you can, you got to go end to end and get the point up.
And 2.5 minutes is plenty of time actually to play in touch football. So first things first is they've got to try and snuff out this attacking foray, that trail line, looking to run it again. The ball ricochets off Cook Island hands, so back to one is the call from the referee.
2 minutes to go. You're Indigenous, what do you do, Tiv?
You just play out the set, don't you? You try and protect your lead, if not build on it. But at the very least, you play out the set, take away as much time from the clock as you can. And I'd be diving on every play pretty much, but who needs to dive to run out the clock when you can dive to score? They go over there, the Indigenous. They just played out the set. That's exactly what they did. Great sleight of hand there from Evie Clarkson. As we see on the Strutties replay, they threw her out. And Clarkson held up the defence, held the ball in two hands, and got the short ball off to Crystal Meehan. And 5-1 is the score now between the Indigenous and Cook Islands. 90 seconds left. So Cook Islands will want to peg one back. You can hear the talk coming from their box. A lot of chat coming from Edith Nathan. Very good coach coming out of New South Wales, and on those northern beaches, it's a very strong name, isn't it, around the Manly area?
It is. And plenty of talent in that area too. They bring plenty of talent.
Now the Cook Islands looking to run a rooster play. Early release would be the one. That's the way. But great defence once again. I think, yeah, a little bit releasing a little bit earlier instead of taking it so deep into the line might be a ploy that the Cook Islands want to take advantage of, because they've got the Indigenous defence in tight. And so just an early pop just to get on the outside of their safe side defence might be the go. But 30 seconds left. We'll see what they can come up with, see if they can build on their one try that they've already scored. Masters directing play. They're looking to run a rooster play again, but just the timing not on. Rolling was the call from the referee. Penalty forthcoming for the Cook Islands. They'll get another repeat set, but time is just slowly trickling away.
Again, every point counts. If they're smart, they quickly get a strike dump and just throw whatever you got. Here goes Coco.
And again, yeah, just that early release. The hoot is gone, but I was going to say the ref might have let it play through. The early release probably would have been the go, but in saying that, great defence from the Indigenous side, not only for that set, but for the entire game. They've held the Cook Islands, a strong Cook Islands team, to just the one try. 5-1 is the final score by way to the Indigenous side. And that was a great showing there, wasn't it, Mike?
That was a, you know, the score probably didn't justify what that game was. I think the Indigenous just played a really classy first half, and Cook Island will bounce back from that. Edith, she's got enough experience. She'll bounce back from that.
Yeah, there's plenty to play for tomorrow as well as for the rest of the day. We're back in a few minutes for the next fixture between the two open men's teams. We've got the Cook Islands coming up against the Maori. So join us after the break. We'll be back.
That was Kaya. That wasn't Lennox. We've called it. They both look the same, don't they?
Wow.
They're nearly identical twins. We need to ask their dad, Hoots. You know, you sure they're not twins?
The way that they've got a similar style of play as well.
They do.
But yeah, just went bang off the left foot, and it was sharp, wasn't it? Evaded the touch of the Cook Island defender, and he gets the Māoris first of the afternoon. Now the Cook Islands, there's space out on the right-hand side. Pass just didn't quite have the power behind it. And border ground. So, yeah, the Māori, they've scored one on their first set, and they've defended their first defensive set out. So that's exactly what you want.
They just come with a lot of energy, haven't they? their skill set, the brothers, followed by some experience in Drummy, Hawani, and these young kids that, I mean, they just breathe touch, don't they?
And when you've
Tyler
got
Love with
Tyler Love was another one, and they've drawn the penalty as well. But just further to your point, it is quite a young team, but they're young with plenty of experience. They've played a lot of NTL tournaments and all the other tournaments that you've got around here, Bundy Cup, Cass Cup, all of those sorts of tournaments. So as well as playing in the Australian youth team, so plenty of experience as they look for a little ninja play.
Drummy tells young Quaid, give it back, but give it back when I'm ready. But just probably misread that one. The defence done well.
Timing was a little bit off there as Love looks to throw them out, plays the dummy, goes over the top. And what a finish there from Bailey Teo Haere. Been really impressed with some of his play out on the wing. He showed some deft feet, flirting with the touchline.
And he's chasing those highlight reels. Ever since on Wednesday when you went and published his try that Drummy threw to him last year, at every try, Drum, throw it in front, I'll dive. I'll make it work.
Brilliant finish there from Bailey Teo Haere. And further to your point from the last game, if there's another sponsor looking for top try scorer, Bailey will definitely be up there.
He will. He will.
Now Cook Islands looking to sweep. They've swept into man on. And so the Māori easily defend that one. There's just no real panic or stress from this Māori defence. They're really composed as they look to plug the short side, steps towards the open, but they just look so composed and patient with their defence. Nothing's really phasing them, and they really have been the form team to start this tournament.
I think, when you got a team around you and you all know your job, it makes it easy to stay relaxed and compose and just play your game.
And they've just gone pedal to the middle towards the back end of their set. Goes bang off the right foot and throws the short ball to the link.
Now, I think that is Lennox.
That is Lennox Tika. But yeah, they got to their box. They were patient in that, but then as soon as they crossed halfway, they just put the foot on the gas, didn't they? And that allowed them to get to the 7-metre line in 2 touches. And then Raidan Hayata just went bang off the right foot, attracted the attention of the link.
And Raidan goes all right, doesn't he? He's involved with Queensland Maoris. He was down at the NTLs, played in the open mix.
Well,
he loves to get on the camera.
He's had a busy old season, hasn't he? Because he was over in New Zealand for the Kaiawa Invitational. Shout out to Nasa Silbury over there in the Christchurch region. And he brought not only Raidan, but he brought Kingston Lamberg over as well. They had the Māori All-Stars as well. So very, very busy season for the two of them.
And he's on the camera all the time. He's putting up reels and he's putting up... I don't know how he finds the time, but I suppose being young, you've got plenty of time on your hands, don't you?
Oh, no commitments, eh? No commitments, no, not yet. And the only thing you can worry about is touch. Life comes easy as the Cook Islands look to split the defence. Just looking very assured of themselves, the Māori defence, but no way through there for Jaden Graham. Patient in their build-up, looking to run a rooster play. They get the wrapper coming around. There's Matinga just taking the ball deep into the line, and so he'll get caught in possession. That's the 6th touch. And Māori, in the first 5 minutes, they've scored 3 themselves, and there's nothing on the other side of the score sheet. That's just due to the quality of their defence.
Yeah, I mean, they know what they're doing. They've got obviously a policy or a structure they've put in before the tournament, and they're sticking to it. And it's hard for a team to crack it. We've seen, 6 tries scored across 3 games on them.
Against Māori.
Yeah, and about to be in the 4th game, and they haven't crossed them yet, Cookies.
Hopefully it's just a matter of time if you're a Cook Island supporter. As we see, they managed to get the turnover, and they'll plug away down the left-hand channel. Foot in the ruck there. Penalty has been called by the referee. Nothing gets past them.
They're doing a hell of a job, aren't they? The refs.
Yeah. I think it might be the uniforms that help. They're looking pretty in pink.
Well, I did ask the question. I said, how good was my design on your uniforms? They said, we're not sure about the middle bit where it, it sort of, maybe exposes some other things, So I said, nah, looks perfect. I designed it.
So it looks good. As we see the Cook Islands looking for the sweep, coming around. Long ball goes out to the right-hand side. They've found it. They've found the hole. And it's Rima Lusse that goes over. He's managed to score a couple himself over the course of today. And he crosses over for another one there, but that was a great pass there from Maida Masters.
Saw a lot of this kid last year. Actually got to play against him in that final last year, and, mate, you don't see it, but it's there. That skill, he's a weapon. He's a weapon.
Oh, we talked in the earlier game, watching the women's Cook Islands, where you got the likes of the Berrymans and the Puckies and the Nathans, but then the Masters name is another one that's real prominent throughout the Cook Islands. You've got Richie Masters, obviously New Zealand mixed open representative, now applying his trade with the Cook Islands. A beautifully set play from the Maori, and they set that up nicely. It was almost like a double ninja. And Jermaine Dayberg-Muir manages to dot over for the Maori. That's their fourth of the afternoon, but that was a great play there.
It was. They were watching your code yesterday. You know, the cookies try yesterday, and Drummy said, actually, I'm going to show you how to do this. Here's 6 markers. I'm going to show you where you go, and this is how we're going to score. And they pulled it off.
And it works to a T. So Drummy obviously very experienced, so he'll lead this Maori outfit as he has done for the better part of the day. And not only Drum, but you've also got Remus Gentles in the coaching box as well. So plenty of experience, but plenty of touch IQ, which I think is underrated from those two individuals. They've got all the physical skills, but I think the touch minds is probably what puts them over the top.
Yeah, I mean, with all the experience they have and the caliber of players they've got to play around, and just what they do and what they bring back to the youth now is amazing. These kids would take a lot away from those two.
Yeah, and it's all part of that giving back, isn't it? Giving back to the youth of the sport, as Cook Islands managed to get a repeat set. It was Carter Skinner that came up with an error at the roll ball. And they've been pretty flawless, actually, the Māori team, so there haven't been many unforced errors. And in about 7 or 8 minutes of play, that's probably one of the first. There's a double pump. Now the ball goes over the top. Graham out to Losset. Was there a touch there made from Lamberg? Yes, there was.
It'd be hard for Kingston to miss that one. That would be not real good for his highlight reel to miss that one. I think he was very confident.
Yeah, you did get him on the shirt, and he looked pretty confident, didn't he? As the ball goes to the link, looking to run a 4-on-3, the Cook Islands coming back to the left-hand side. Ball went to hand, but then the ball went to ground, and the turnover comes. So the Cook Islands, I mean, at the end of the day, they're still only down by 2. They've managed to D out a lot of the Māori attack, apart from leaking those few early tries. But it's this part of the field where the Māori are really owning the Cook Islands. They're just getting up to the halfway line, getting fresh legs on, and then as soon as they cross halfway, they're putting the pedal to the middle, going back towards the middle of the field. That's Robson. Going out to the right-hand side. Ball going to ground there, though.
Bailey will be disappointed. He wanted it where he wanted it, but that was a bit too far in front.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a bobble at the roll ball anyway, so I think if the ball did go to hand, the Cook Islands would have been extra disappointed. But as we know, we play to the referees, and so they approach the halfway line, just crossing. Masters on the ball, working with Edwards. Edwards comes out of half, throws a little sinker ball over the top. Great shot, though. That was Kingston Lamberg. Now they'll look to play out on the left-hand side. As we see Lamberg passing off to Dayberg-Muir. Great yards there from Dayberg-Muir, and now they've got some real pace coming on the back end of this one. Coming out of half, there's Hayata, throws the late switch. Great read there, and Lennox Taker, that was beautiful to watch. He really scooted out of half and attracted the attention of, I think it was Horatio Edwards in defence, but that's just too quick. They went bang on the strike dump. Hayata got out of half. And then just the middle defender for the Cook Islands, not there to shut the gap. And the Māori really carrying on from their 3 earlier games. It's 4-1 at the moment. 4.5 minutes left in this first half. So Cook Islands, deficit's still only 3. Wani Wanakore out there to make the touch. He's a noted defender for the Māori outfit. Just gives the rest of the defensive line that little bit of confidence as Graham looks to scoop out of half. Throws the short ball. Touch was made, though, by Hayata.
And it's just showing like what Cooks have come to defend their title, and again they've really turned it on this first half. Although the score's 4-1, they're making it hard for the Maoris. They just got a good quick start, the Māoris, didn't they? Those 3 tries straight at the start would have woken them up a bit.
Yeah, well, that's like in the last 7 minutes, the score's 1-1.
Yep.
Yeah, no, they scored their first 3 tries in the first 4 or 5 minutes, the Māori, and since then it's dried up for them. Apart from that effort down the other end from Hayata and Teika. So, I mean, the Cook Islands, they should probably be confident with their showing in the back end of this first half.
And the Māoris, you know, unforced error there, and they got to defend another set.
Very strong through the middle. Raupi Takihi really applying some pressure. As we've got Tamatea Maniapoto on the ball, looking to run a rooster play, but
and
nothing
they caught
quite
Drummy
doing.
out on the wing out there.
Oh, what's he doing? Does he need a map? I don't know what he's doing defending out on the wing.
He said, give me a go. I want to see what these guys all complain about.
And I think he found out firsthand there. There was a hint of an obstruction there, and he did chase out. The ball was down, but
Forward pass, I think.
forward pass out of the hands was the call from the referees. And now the Māori pushing forward, coming up to the halfway line. And they've managed to break through the line there. Cade Robson pokes
Plenty of
his nose
speed.
through. And they're just too quick on the yards, catching the Cook Island defence backpedaling. And some strong touch pedigree. Cade Robinson, obviously, his dad Darren, playing for the New Zealand Open Men's back in the day, as well as throughout the Masters grades as well. So great to see that lineage staying strong. He just sold the dummy, and then poked his nose through the gap, and then once he was through, there was no catching him.
Yeah, I got to play against him last year. He's very quick and he's very confident for a young youth. But he, you know, he's definitely making his mark in this touch world now. And again, just another platform for them to show what they really do have to offer.
100%. And what better platform than the Australia Pasifika Touch Cup? As we see Masters and Edwards, they really run the show for the Cook Island attack. Teo Haere reads that well in defence, but a penalty has been drawn. And Cook Islands with a minute 40 left. We'll see if they can peg this deficit from 4 back down to 3. And they're not looking too phased. They're not looking like they're having to play catch up. They're looking patient and composed, this Cook Island outfit. It's Tokahere on the ball, passing off to Masters, ripping out the long ball. And that is a great read in defence there from Kaiateka. Just really forced him back on the inside and buying time for his middle. Looking to run a sweep. Comes around, does Edwards. And yeah, ball goes to ground there from Horatio Edwards. The pass not quite in front. And I think they'll be disappointed with the back end of that set there, Cook Islands.
Yeah, I think if there's a set you want to execute that one just before half-time. And Māoris have thrown it away again.
Yeah, a few uncharacteristic errors that have popped into the Māori game over the course of the last sort of five minutes. We've got maybe 3 or 4 occasions where they haven't managed to get over the halfway line. So in turn, though, they're trying to really apply some pressure and put some heat on this Cook Island outfit, trying to keep them off the 7-metre line. But Cook Island's rolling in. There's Edwards on the ball now, just dancing around, toying with the defenders. 30 seconds left. The score is 5-1. We'll see if they can peg it back to 5-2. Masters, he'll go for an open side quickie. Goes off the left foot. He's evaded the touch. Long ball goes over the top. They've caught Dayberg Muir again, but the ball comes back inside. 1 pass, 2 pass, but not quite able to get the third one to connect.
And that was just that Pacific flavour of touch again. Just let the ball do the work, and another unforced error.
Yeah, lucky for them, right on half time, so they won't pay for it, and they haven't been made to pay for the last 3 or 4 errors that they've commit coming out of their half. So yeah, Cook Island's getting plenty of ball, just not quite the execution that they would have liked in that first half. 5-1 is the deficit. Māori in a pretty commanding lead. We'll come back after the break. Welcome back to the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup, where you are witnessing a pretty dominant display by Maori up against Cook Islands. They lead 5-1. And I am joined in the commentary box by the Samoan women's head coach, Pati Nasalio. Pati, how are you?
Hey, Debs. Yeah, really good. Just coming back from the girls' game, which they had a win, which is great. Looking at this game, yeah, so Maori looks in dominant position, 5-1. So hopefully the Cookies, last year's champions, can get back and get back into the game.
Yeah, they pulled off the double last year at the inaugural Australia Pasifika Touch Cup, the Cook Islands, where they took out both the men's and the women's competition. And we'll see if they can repeat those efforts in the 2024 edition, but they're going to have to do it tough, as the Māori are looking pretty strong at the start of this tournament. They scored 21 tries over the course of their first 2 games while only leaking 3, so their form is pretty impeccable. They had another game against the PNG side, and yeah, it's all down to their defense, which, as we see on the live stream, no touch made. They're just looking really assured, Pati, this Māori defense.
Yeah, really good. The middles are pushing up, putting pressure on the outside the 7. So Māoris are dominating there.
Now, ball coming back towards the middle of the field. I think the halftime message from the Cook Island coaching box would have been just to try and apply some pressure to this Māori outfit, because they were just able to sort of break the line at will, which they have done here. Was forward though, down to Bailey Teohaide down the left-hand side. The ball drifted forward, but just applying a little bit of pressure and muscling up to this Māori outfit, because they're going to need some starch in the second half.
Yeah, so now tapping and going forward there. Now the Cookies here can drive with a bit of energy, get up to the 7 so they can attack.
And they come through the middle. It's that same old combination, Edwards and Masters. And they'll look to get to the 7-metre line. A lot of their attack is focused down that 33 channel, down the middle channel. And that's a handover there. Didn't really fire a shot in that attacking foray. And now the Māori, will work their way down the right-hand side of the field. They're just rolling with ease. They're switching back to the short side. Quick hands there from Taker. Going back to the middle of the field, that's Carter Skinner. Taker with the scoop, steps off the right, then off the left. Holds the ball up, and the touch is made. That's great defense there from Aiden Masters. He didn't buy any dummies, and he made the touch, and that's a handover.
Yeah, he's looking to sub out now. Here we go, touch 3. That's just coming on.
And this is better from the Cook Islands, getting numbers on the field, getting to half, although that is touch 4. 5 coming, scooping out a half. And ball going to ground. Referees, I think it might be a forward pass coming off the back end of that set, but it looked cleaner. It's just a matter of getting forward.
Yeah, touch 4 was important there. The half wasn't there, so it allowed the Māori team to come forward, and nice strike there for the Cookies.
Now the ball coming back to the middle of the field, switching the point of the attack down to the right-hand side, looking for a 4-on-3. There's Love out of half, looking for the bump ball. Great read, though, in defense from Ben Tukahede. He's very experienced, this Ben. This Drummy looking to work a little bit of magic, a little bit of looking to wind back the clock. He's got a big old smile on his face coming back into the defensive line. And ball goes to ground. So the Cookies, they've managed to defend that, and they just need the ball at the advantage line and just pushing forward and trying to keep this Māori defense on their back foot. That's touch 4, so it's a better attacking foray. Setting up the platform.
Aussie play, long.
Graham looked to go long over the top from left to right. Well, that's a better set from the Cook Islands. They've gone from 7 to 7, and they've finished the set on their side of the field as well, close to their box side. So Māori would have to work pretty hard to get to their box.
That's right, as we see them subbing out now. Drummy releasing there. Cookies pushing up hard. Yeah, here we go. Where are they?
Try keep your feet in the midfield.
Yep. Fifth is coming here.
And as a result, they're able to extend the play there, the Māoris, and they're getting a relatively... I was wondering whether the ref was going to call it.
Yep.
And by way of extending the play on the 4th touch, coming into the 5th and final, they're able to get a relatively decent strike dump as Taker looks to go over. No touch called there. Was he offside? Play through. The ref called them enough times.
He
He said play through, play through, play through. And Devan Teki unfortunately called offside. The ref was right there, Johnny on the spot. And Māori have crossed over for their 6th of the afternoon. Although somewhat controversially there, Pati.
Yeah. So it's just looking the replay here. Referee, you can see him in the back playing through and not making the line. So,
I mean, the only thing that I can think of is that he's called both of them offside. And yeah, if you're calling both of them offside, then he's well within his rights to play through. And so the Māori, they get their 6th for the afternoon. It is 6-1 at the moment. 9.5 minutes left in the second half. We've only got a few more games left for the day at the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. As Masters looks to fix something on his ear. Horatio Edwards on the ball, looks to get a quickie. Short ball, but that's tight defence from the Māori. Although manages to draw a penalty. And a lot of focus on these two, Horatio Edwards and Aiden Masters. I think both part of the World Cup squad for the Cook Islands heading to Nottingham in July.
Here we go. See what the Cookies have got here. Look at sweeper play.
Yeah, that's better. Just a little bit more manipulation, I think. But a cleaner strike dump would be nice for the Cook Islands. And looking to scoop out a half as he gone through. I think just looking to load up. He created half a chance. Did Kalani Tiamo, but nothing forthcoming for them. And now the Māori, they'll stretch
Just
from
good.
sideline to sideline.
Just good D, mate. Just good D.
Yeah, and their composure has been probably the most impressive thing for the Māori. Not leaking many tries over the course of their 4 games so far in this tournament. So whoever's going to knock them off, I think they're going to have to work really hard to try and unlock their defence.
Here we go now.
Approaching the 7-metre line. That's Whakatihi short. Yeah, a bit of a soft end to the set. Referees managed to pull a forward pass out of there, so the pace has definitely slowed.
Yeah.
Approaching the back end of the day. Now the Cook Islands rucking up the right-hand side of the field, getting their subbers on, their fresh legs. And managing to draw another penalty offside, I think, is the call from the referee. And that's a welcome penalty for the Cook Islands. They've got a whole repeat set, a whole set of 6. And in 2 touches, they're down on the 7. They'll look to strike on touch 3. As they look to get Tukahita coming down the lane on an ML. Throws long to the wing. Great hands there from Lose. Now the ball comes back to the middle of the field. That's Edwards working in tandem with Tukahita. And they'll scoop out a half. Looking to throw that deep link pass. And the referee has drawn another penalty. So a different attacking combination that we see on the field for the Cook Islands. The hole was there. Just the ball not quite going to hand. Ball going to ground. And Māori just, I see that they've rotated that wing position between a few different players. So I wonder whether they might be down on troops.
Quickie. Here we go.
Quickie coming, short ball.
Yeah.
Play through was the call, was it? The ref put his arms out wide. No, touch was made there from Taker. That was Lennox that time. And Matinga passing back and forth between himself and Graham. Now Tukahita looking to double pump. 5th and final touch coming. And again, just the strength of this Māori outfit. Yeah, really finding it, really proving difficult to crack, aren't they?
They are, yeah. Māori team really good. Good defence there by the Māori team. As they're now looking to sub off.
Yeah, stretching the field. I think probably just if they're really wanting to apply a bit of pressure, it needs to be in that half of the field, doesn't it, Pati?
Yeah, here we go. Look for the strike here.
Robson.
Ooh.
Looking to flick the ball out the back was Tyler Love, and it was looking threatening there. Beautiful play there, and great strike dump there from Robson. They got Kaya take it out of dummy half, early release, and then just that one there. I think if Tyler Love had been able to catch it and pass off clean, they might have been dotting down in the right-hand corner. Left foot step there from Taker. Pulls up a little bit, Ginger. Now Taker working in the middle of the field. Ropitakihi giving the ball back to Taker.
Punish.
There's the hole on the inside. running the punish play. It was a little bit too easy in the end, but the threat, when you've got someone of the caliber of Kaiateka, you kind of have to D him up. And if you're going to D him up, then the holes are going to open up.
Well, they've just D'd 2 sets, subbed off. Now they attack the line and score. So great composure there.
And it's a bit of a trend that I've seen, Putty, where they look to run a punish play, but they make the touch on the middle. And when they make the touch on the middle, it just basically gets whoever drops one-on-one with the defensive link who's already back. And, you know, if you've got someone with the speed or the footwork, such as Kaiateka did there, yeah, it really isolates that link defender, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Like we're looking here now. Going long.
Great hands there. Kingston Day manages to go over out on the left-hand side. And they've pulled one out of the bag there. Have the Cook Islands. Horatio Edwards was instrumental in just drawing up the defense, but it was the pass from Aiden Masters, wasn't it? And the 2 tries that they've scored, they've been pretty identical, both coming by the hand of Aiden Masters. He just lobbed that ball over the top, and Kingston Day gets the Cook Islands' second try of the afternoon.
Yeah, good hit back by Cook Islands. Putting some respect back in the scoreboard here. So we look now at the Māori team.
And they've got plenty of time to build on that score too. I think with 3.5 minutes left, the game in terms of the result is probably out of reach, but there's plenty of time for them to put some respect on their try numbers, although you can't do that if you're leaking tries down the other end of the park. And Raiden Hayata dives over relatively easily there. They just had the sweep come round, and when you've got someone the caliber of Jermaine Dayberg-Muir coming around on the sweep, that really opens up options both sides of the football.
And he's known for the sweep drumming, so I'll be looking at that and then go back to the short side and easy try there.
I think the best advice I've heard when you're trying to defend Drummy on a sweep is just to put your hands on your head and let him go, because he's that lethal when it comes to it that there's not many that you can defend. So Cook Islands finding that out firsthand, but they've got the ball a couple of metres off the 7-metre line, just trying to draw out the Māori defence. Coming down to a middle link ruck, ripping the ball long. They've got numbers there momentarily, although great recovery there from Raiden Hayata. Approaching the 5th and final. Here's Tokahere running a late switch in the middle.
Yeah, change over there.
And if you're the Cook Islands coaching staff, Putty, what are you saying to the Cook Island team to try and unlock this Māori defence?
Look, just at the moment, just the energy, and the game is slow, so whether Māori's adapting the pace and when they need to pick it up like this, a try there.
Yeah, that was clean, wasn't it? They ran the 7, round to this near side, round to the left, and then just dummied that, and then it was a passive out the back, so they're putting moves on moves and stringing them together. They've got the ball on a string. And Hoani Wanakore dots down on the right-hand side, and that's their 9th of the afternoon. This Māori team is really humming here. And just over 90 seconds left in this one. 9-2 is the current scoreline. Matinga on the ball, offloading to Graham, back to Matinga. We'll see what they can come up with here. I wonder if they just try and string together a few phases just to get the Māori defence moving from side to side.
That was a little bit better. Arista play there. They had him there on the numbers.
And I think it's what you do on the back end, because they can defend the single phase stuff pretty well, can't they, the Māori? But we'll see if they can defend multiple phases at once. That's a great snipe there from Tyler Love. Read the play. Matinga got the quickie, and he just shot up out of the line and shut it down.
Yeah, exactly right there, Tiv, in their play. Here we go, sweeper. A little bit.
Oh, I think, the idea was right. The space was there, just the execution not quite. And they have, their 2 tries that they have scored have both come off a sweep, so Māori, I think, will probably just be happy to take a 9-2 victory in this one. There's 30 seconds left.
Hold the phone.
Or will they hold the phone? There's still plenty of play in this Māori outfit. I thought he might have hung on to that one, Kingston Lamberg. The ball goes to ground, though. And now the Cook Islands.
Here we go. Come on, Cookies.
They'll have a couple of touches up their sleeve.
Go. Get it up there.
Matingi's got the right idea. Get down to the 7. Let's see what we can come up with. Jaden Graham dictating play. They've probably got one touch in them.
One touch to go.
The hooter goes. They're going to play it through. Graham looks to throw behind the defense. Not quite there, though. And they're happy to let that one play out. So Maori yet another dominating performance. They've won this one 9-2. How do you stop this juggernaut, Pati?
Good defense, good.
I've left them speechless. We'll see if
They just put, so they're trying to make the touches out on the 7, but they're not, because the defense, the Maori defense, they're just pushing them out and just forcing their hand, and they're just getting stuck. So you're right before in about the one-on-one plays, they've got to look at their options, rooster for the phase play, just to get them reloading and making that second decision.
Yeah, and then I suppose the challenge then becomes, if you shut down the defense, then how do you stop the attack? So this Māori team is very, very in form. They're probably the form team of the men's competition so far. They are undefeated, and they remain undefeated, beating the Cook Islands today 9-2. Join us after the break, where we have another fixture at the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. Welcome back, Etiwi, to the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. It has been an incredible day here at Bill Norris Oval in Bentley, and we've had some excellent displays on the field, and we are getting ready for our last open women's fixture of the day. It is Samoa up against the Cook Islands. My name is Tivoli Guthrie. I will be your lone commentator for this fixture. And it'll be the last live stream game on this field. We'll finish the day with a few live stream games on field one, but it has been an incredible day. We've had plenty of people come through, and there's still a few people hanging around to catch the last few games of the day. So Samoa get underway. Bit of a mixed bag in terms of results, and Cook Islands women's are the same as well. As we see, running a bit of a starter move, and they'll run a bit of a follow in the middle there. Patisialapai unable to get that to hand, and it was shaping nicely there for Samoa. And now you hear the cries of get up from the Samoa box, trying to apply some pressure to the Cook Island yards, trying to come off their line, just getting caught a little bit isolated, and as a result, yeah, I thought it was just caught with in possession of the ball. Touch and pass is the call, and that's a cheap handover. Samoa now within one touch, already up by the 7 metre line. Looking to play towards the middle of the field. That's Lule on the ball, working in tandem with Nasalio. Getting a quickie play. The ball is down there. Yeah, ref agrees. Ball is down. It was just a simple 3-3 quickie. Skipped to the outside and got in low and underneath the defender. And the ball was down first. That is 1-0. Samoa take an early lead, as we see on the Struddies replay. Tila Lule just straightened up, got on the outside, and managed to evade the touch of Coco Masters, or it was adjudicated that the ball was down first, and Samoa opened their account. 1-0 is the score at the moment. And it all comes back to that error that the Cook Islands conceded, coming off their own try line. And now we'll see what they can come up with in their first attacking foray. Samoa really applying some heat here. They're running a bit of a wave defence with 3 up, 3 back. And now they're looking a little bit in 6s and 7s. We'll see if they can recover. The ball goes out wide. Referee says, you guys are offside, you ladies are offside, so we're going to play the penalty back here. But really applying some pressure off the tap, pushing forward three defenders at a time, and what that does is that it really condenses the Cook Islands attack, getting to the line, just directing traffic there, getting a crossover quickie, and was that touch first? It was indeed. The pass wasn't quite taken cleanly. Coco Masters was the one with the ball and offloaded to Al Shapaki. Touches called by the referee, so a few more touches up their sleeve. Again, looking to run the same play with the same result. Was that ball down? It was. Second time is the charm for the Cook Islands. And they managed to defend the first one, then they ran the exact same play, and the result was overturned on this one. As you see on the Struddies replay, Brianna Nathan making the touch on the high point, splitting towards the safe side defenders, and then just catching the link in a little bit too tight. And Al Shapaki, this time she manages to go over after being denied a touch earlier. And the Cook Islands have managed to draw it up. It's 1 apiece. Through Tila Lule. Ella Watkins just managing to evade some defenders, and she's done so on 2 occasions. Can she score off the first touch? The ball goes out wide. Samoa without using a touch. Chelsea Lemusu out wide. She goes over for Samoa to get their second, but put that down to the work of Ella Watkins. She just broke the first line, evaded some touches, evaded some more touches, got to a 2-on-1 situation, drew and passed to the wing, and that was a good finish there. Good hands from Chelsea Lemusu. And Samoa coach Patsi Nasalio, he'll be happy with that one. It's 2-1. The Samoans regain the lead. Cook Islands now a couple of meters off the 7 metre line. Looking to get Ratu involved as Talia Berryman comes round on a rooster. Opts to go short side, but Samoa defend that rather easily. Now Chanel Berryman looking to run a middle switch. Nothing really doing on the last touch there. And Samoa As a result, they get the ball back, 2-1, they hold a slender lead. 5 minutes gone in this fixture already. Now Tafa coming down the middle of the field. The ladies really subbing on. Their subsets looking good here. Nasalio out of half, goes back to Tafa, and now Nasalio again out of half, gets the late switch. And as she gone through, Tafa just manages to make the touch to the Cook Islanders. And if it wasn't made, she was able to go through. So a touch that had to be made, and now applying some pressure. That's Pati Sialapai. And just needing a few troops to come around the outside, subbing on, getting the fresh legs on, but Samoa really putting the pressure on here. That's a great drive there. Just manages to cross halfway. That's Ozols. They've got the quick hands out to the right-hand side. The ball is still alive. It's coming back to the inside. No touch called there. But the Cook Islands will die with the football. And some enterprising play on that final touch. Now Samoa get the turnover. And in a few touches, they'll be up by the halfway line. And that's a great drive there from Nasalio. Pati Sialapai coming on. The veteran of the Samoan outfit, that's Margaret. Now coming to the strike dump, that's Delaney Arfook driving for Watkins, manages to attract the link defender, caught her in, offloaded to the link, but just the ball not quite going to hand. And another half chance for Samoa. And that's a little bit sloppy there from Hippie Simon. Just couldn't quite get a good hold on the ball, and then the wayward pass goes to ground. Touch was called there by Ozols. Watkins out of the Misfits Club. Down on the Gold Coast. Goes to Arfook, Pati Sialapai. They run a 7, coming out to the right-hand side. Watkins, she's got too much pace. But the touch was made, and it was an important one from Paki for the Cook Islands. But Ella Watkins really injecting herself. And now they'll come Margaret Pati Sialapai pulling the strings. Delaney Arfook. Just needing to pull out. She'll make another one. When rolling is the call from the referee. Playing a little bit of advantage, none taken from the Samoans, and so they get a fresh set of 6 right on the 7-metre line. Here's Putau on the ball. Gets the ball back from Watkins, looking for a punish. And look, 1, 2, 3, 4, you can count them all within about 7 metres worth of space, the Cook Island defence, to shut that one down. Here's Lole looking to dummy and dive over, but great touch there made from Peyton Ozols. She's made a couple of good ones in the set. And Tila Lole, she scored Samoa's first in this game. We'll see if she can nab their third as well. Comes out for a counties play, but a scoop comes instead, looking to throw long and just sitting in the lane. Great defensive work there from the Cook Islands. I think that was Paki out wide. And now they'll shift straight to their box. They managed to get 3/4 of the way across the field, and then that's a great exit strategy there from the Cook Islands. And in 3 touches, losing a little bit momentum with that touch on Hippie Simon. That's touch 3. Coming up to touch 4 on half. Was it a touch pass? Referee says no. Happy to let that play through, and they've got 1 more to go. And Chanel Berryman drives for Talia Berryman. They look to run numbers on the open side. And that's not a bad set from the Cook Islands. They were really stuck down in their corner. Down in the opposite corner, I should say. And they managed to exit well, get to their box, sub some fresh players on, and then they've finished about as well as they could have. There's Nasalio getting their wires crossed a little bit on their transition set, Samoa. But Nasalio wraps around towards the open side, and yeah, little bobble in the roll ball. Just couldn't quite get the finish on that end of the set. And now Cook Islands, only 10 metres away from the halfway line. They will wrap around and work their way to their sub-box. Berryman punching the ball forward. Nathan back to Masters, and Nathan again on the ball. Touch May, they're in 6s and 7s here, Samoa, so the gap opens up. Nathan goes through looking for the extra number. Coco Masters finishes it off. She wrapped the ball up in 2 hands, and it's about as safe a put down as you can get. And that's a great touchdown there from the Cook Islands. As we see on the Strutties replay, Yeah, Samoa were just a little bit unorganised, disorganised, just due to the momentum that Cook Islands were able to generate coming off the halfway line and into the attacking half. Brianna Nathan scooped through, bit of a smile on the face of Coco Masters, and they link up to draw this game level. It's 2 apiece. And now 4.5 minutes left. Tila Lule and Ella Watkins just buddying up the middle of the field. Watkins, she looks like she's dangerous if she's given half a spare metre. Skips out to the left-hand side, just toying with the defence there. Touch made on Piutau. Now Lule going in for the drive, looking to sweep. And touch there on the hair. Ooh, I wonder if it's something in the women's game, whether the hair is tied up. You give the opposition less of your body to touch. So Watkins, yeah, unable to get that one. Handover comes in the middle of the field, and now Cook Islands looking to work the numbers. And they're looking to exit now, heading towards their box. There's just under 4 minutes left in this half. Masters getting the numbers on, just not quite smooth on this particular occasion. And great read there from Lule. Really suffocated the defense there. Read the pass well. They've still got one more though. Chanel Berryman. Talia Berryman out to the left-hand side to Camille Berryman. There's 3 of them in this Cook Islands outfit. And Samoa end up making the touch. Just a couple of metres off the 7-metre line. 2 all in this open women's fixture, the last one of the afternoon. And after this, we do have what was scheduled to be Samoa up against Papua New Guinea in the open men's. But due to unforeseen circumstances, Papua New Guinea struck down by injury. They already came into the day with a bit of a reduced roster. So let's hope that they can get back up and running by tomorrow, which is finals day, the all-important day here for the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. And so this will be the last live stream game on this field for the day, but there are still a couple more fixtures left. 2 more, in fact, on field 1. So there's 2 fields live streamed in action. Cook Islands, again, just getting the roll on. And they managed to draw a penalty there. Yeah, if there was anything other than a penalty forthcoming, I couldn't see it. Just getting caught up in the ruck there, Samoa. And just calling time, we've got a bit of an injury there. Maybe a popped finger there. I think a dislocated finger for the Samoan defender. But you wouldn't tell it by looking at her reaction. Cook Islands though, getting a repeat set. Masters now. Link coming forward for Samoa. Got to stay forward though. Referee pointing at her. The hole is there, and as easy as you like, a quickie, open side quickie with a ninja coming down the middle of the lane. And Cook Islands, they get their first lead of the match. It is 3-2. And Coco Masters and Brianna Nathan, they've been running amok throughout the entirety of this first day. They've controlled much of the Cook Islands attack. Nasalia was in there for the shot, but the link just caught a little bit too wide. And now 3-2 with just over 60 seconds left. Samoa not in any hurry. They know they've got a whole minute. But we'll see if they can get down to the 7 and just nab a try just before half-time. Impressing defense there. That was Ozols. Looking to run a punish, but Watkins was looking to scoop out a half. Referee pulls the penalty. Just not staying forward was the call, so Watkins takes the tap. Comes out wide. Watkins again working with Piutau, and they've got a very narrow channel they're trying to work down there on the left-hand side. Great identification from the Cook Islands defense, pushing their link all the way across. Pati Sialapai picks up from half, passes to Watkins. And just looking very assured here, the Cook Island defense. Watkins trying to poke some holes through. Margaret Patisialapai, and another penalty has been drawn. That's 2 penalties now in a row. One more in the Cook Islands. We'll have somebody sitting out, being excluded from the field. Patisialapai tries to go for the miracle play. Nothing forthcoming there though. Ball goes to ground right in the shadows of halftime. That was their last throw with the dice. And so they will head into halftime, down by 1, 3-2. The Cook Islands lead. And Samoa, they shot out to an early lead. Unable to withhold that, Cook Islands came home with a wet sail in that first half. And 3-2 is the halftime score in this open women's fixture at the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. We'll be back after the break for the second half. Welcome back to the second half coverage of this open women's fixture between Samoa and Cook Islands at the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. We've got a game hanging in the balance here as we see a few highlights from the first half. Tila Lole for Samoa, she's been instrumental in their attacking efforts. She picked up their first. And then on the other side of the draw for the ladies in green and gold, we've got Brianna Nathan working with Coco Masters, and that combination has worked wonders for them as well as they look to tap off in the second half. That same combo, that same duo. Although ball goes to ground, I thought it was touched by an opposition hand. And that's a great bit of honesty there, was it? Call ended up being made from the referee, ball to ground. So recount. They got a hand in there, the Samoans, according to the referee. So Masters looking to get a quickie. She's got them on the back foot. Offloads. That's a great hole there from Elsha Paki. They scored their second try of the afternoon in that exact same fashion, running the open side quickie. And a great hole by Elsha Paki. She's been the beneficiary on both of those occasions, as we see Coco Masters on the Strutty's replay. Makes the touch, splits towards the open side, attracts the link defender. And Paki with a great line gets a short ball. And she's picked up her second for the afternoon, and they're all smiles, the ladies from the Cook Islands. That's exactly the way they wanted to strike in their first set of the game, first set of the second half, my apologies. Now Samoa through Nasalio to Patricia Lepai. Looking to run a rooster. Nasalio will go to the short side. Not rolling was the call from the referee. And we'll see what they can come up with. It's not exactly what Coach Patsi Nasalio would have wanted coming out of the half, especially after conceding one in the shadows of halftime. But you can see they're patient in their build-up, just happy to run sequences. Running a 7 on touch 1. And then looking to go a little bit more expansive. That's Isabella Nasalio. No touch claimed from the defense, and the referee obliges. Yeah, didn't quite get close enough to affect the touch on the Cook Island defender, and as a result, no touch was made. Handover ball, and Cook Island's pretty quick on the transition as well. Through a couple of touches, they're already at their box, looking to get fresh numbers onto the field. That's a great press touch there from Saini Piutau. Really stifled their momentum, but Cook Islands, they've managed to escape that one well. One more touch to go, I think. Here comes the strike. Oh, they need to get out of there, the Samoans. And that is the 5th and final. That is the 6th touch. And Cook Islands, I don't know whether they would have been happy with that set. At the start of it, it built so well, built so nicely, but then they just lost their way towards the back end of it. So we'll see if they can clean that up throughout the course of the second half. As Samoa coming down towards their box. Just looking to get that middle up. And that's 5. That's their 5th and final. So they haven't got any more up their sleeve. Watkins, they look to run numbers down that far side channel. Great shutdown was made by Kamana. And then she'll look to do some work coming out of their half as well. Now Cook Islands just about to cross halfway, getting their subbers coming on. Masters again, injecting herself into the attack. Passing off to Talia Berryman. And they'll look to run with these two straight down the middle of the field. Touch is made. They've got a couple more to go. Masters scoops early though. She scoops through looking for an extra number. She's got one in front of her. That's not what she needs. She needs them behind. And as a result, the ball goes to ground. But Coco Masters, she's really looking likely for this Cook Island attack, but just unable to link up with another support player. And Samoa will be breathing a sigh of relief there. They managed to hold out on that occasion. Great mirror defense. And now they've got a couple of extra passes going to get in behind the initial line of the Cook Islands. That's the 4th touch. We've got 2 more to go, and pace is just a little bit slow as they come out of half. Here's Nasalio. Yeah, that's a great exhibition of defense there from the Cook Islands, especially after the set that they had. They got down the other end and poked their nose through, although coming out of transition as a result, just a little bit sloppy on the pass was Coco Masters. The ball went to ground, and now Samoa get to start their set from inside enemy territory. Nasalio, she's been on the ball a lot in this half. Occupying the middle of the field, looking to run a rooster play. And they get around Patisielepai. She goes short side, looking to run numbers, but there's nothing quite there. Ball goes to ground. That'll be a disappointing end to the set of 6 from Samoa. Now the Cook Islands, in reply, looking to march up the field. That's their 2nd touch. That's a great drive there, and it's followed up nicely by Brianna Nathan, looking to draw the penalty. Yeah, and it is coming. I thought she milked that well. Wasn't an overly aggressive touch from the Samoan defender, but referee says it was an aggressive enough one to draw the penalty. So Cook Islands with numbers out on the right-hand side. And touch there made from Chelsea Lemusu. Now Cook Islands with a bit of broken play on the right-hand side. Now looking to get a bit of structure back into their attack. Here's Camille Berryman on the ball. Working with Ozols. Penalty called. And that's yet another one. There's been a few on the line for rolling, so these ladies want to stay on their toes and up high. They need an aggressive high point. They get that through Nasalio. Ozols just sells a dummy, and she goes straight over the line. It was all too easy in the end. They needed a shut defender there, Samoa. But they weren't in due to the dummy. As we see on the Strutties replay, got a quickie, just stepped back towards the shut side. And she fooled everyone, did Peyton Ozols. And that is their 5th try of the afternoon, the Cook Islands. They've got a commanding 5-2 lead. We're about halfway through the 2nd stanza. So Samoa, if they want to peg this deficit back, they're going to have to start to work pretty smartly and get down to the 7-metre line where they can really put some pressure on the Cook Island defence, or they can get Ella Watkins just to tear them to shreds as she did in the first half. Here's Lule on the ball. Ball slapped out of her hand, so the touch will stand. Ref says, yeah, that's okay. Let's just go back and roll the ball. Lule again, getting the sweep to come around. Watkins looks to go short side, then come back to the open. Looking to string some phases together. That's tougher. But Lule says, no, let's just pull out, guys. Now looking to run a 4-on-3. She'll go to the open side, looking for the link ball. And that's a great shut defense by Paki out wide. And now as a result, Cook Islands working their way down the left-hand channel, trying to get as close to the box as they can. And you can see the pattern. They're trying to run it pretty much every single set. As here's Nathan coming out of half. It's a long-range scoop, a long-range effort. She finds Berryman, but is mowed down by Watkins. But they've got another one, another phase coming, and they just ran out of energy there. I think the Samoan defense, they were in 6s and 7s. Watkins did well to chase down initially, but great presence of mind after the touch from Nathan to say to Berryman, you've still got one more, let's go, and I'll trail you on the inside. The pass ended up coming. And the Cook Islands, that was a well-taken try, a bit of a long-range effort. They strung 2 phases together. And they grabbed their 7th for the afternoon. The coaching staff are happy. And Samoa just happy just to walk to halfway. A little bit low on energy. It is their last game of the day. And they have had probably about 4. This will be their 4th fixture. So plenty of games on offer here at the Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. Looking to run a rooster. Has she gone over there, Patisialapai? Yes, she has. She got the rooster. Not the quickest, but she managed to sneak down the short side. Nasalio came in for the dump. And then Margaret working with Marvella, Patisialapai, the two of them working together. That's what you like to see. Bit of family connection there. And even better when it results in a try. So Samoa will get their 3rd for the afternoon, 6-3. They still trail by 3. And 3 tries in 5.5 minutes isn't I'd say undoable by any stretch of the imagination, but you gotta say they probably do have to convert on all their chances they get from here on out. Here's Berryman offloading on the inside to Masters, looking to scoop to the short side. Not what they were expecting. Masters wasn't expecting the pass. And a premature end to that set of 6 by Cook Islands. So Samoa with a heavy touch there. Looking to come down the tram tracks, down this narrow channel close to their box before they get the latch coming on. And then the subbers getting around the outside. A misdirected pass from Lemusu. She'll be disappointed with that, I think. And now Cook Islands gets a start their set of 6 from inside the Samoan half. Great pressure defense there, though, from Goredi Paese. She really forced that error. It was great press defense. And then the drop ball came just due to her presence. And now Lole working with Watkins. I'll tell you what, if Brianna Nathan and Coco Masters have been the duo for the Cook Islands, Watkins and Lole have been the duo for Samoa. Although, as I say that, again, a bit of a commentator's curse. The ball goes to ground. And I don't think they'll be happy with that. They had a few touches left up their sleeve. And as time slowly ticks away, Samoa staring down the barrel here. They're down by 3 with 3.5 minutes left. That'll help their cause. Cook Islands, I just wonder if they're happy just to sit and defend their 3-try lead. I don't know whether they'll try and extend. There's no real need to, but as we say, there's anything that can happen in touch football. 3 tries in 3 minutes is absolutely doable. Nasalio just trying to get troops on. Working a bit of a different combination here, working with Lole. They're well inside the 7 meter, looking to run a ninja. And just getting their range, just not quite clicking there. On a static 5th and final, Lole looks to go short side, double pumps. Ball goes to ground there, and the Cook Islands, they can see the finish line in sight. The end of the day is near for them. This is their last fixture. Again, if you're looking at the draw on the Australia Pasifika Touch Cup Facebook page or Instagram page, you might see that there's one more fixture scheduled for the afternoon between Samoa and Papua New Guinea in the Men's Open, but due to unforeseen circumstances, injuries do play a part in this tournament, so that game has been won by default, by forfeit, by Samoa. So this is the last live stream game on this field. Nasalio working with Patisialapai, tough on the ball. And they're close to the 7 meter line. Nasalio offloads once again. Well, they look to run the rooster. That's worked so well for them. They do indeed. They've got an early release. Here's Tuffa. touch and pass, was it? It was. Yeah, it was brewing nicely for them, though. They've got a little bit of purchase on that Rooster play, but unable to convert on that occasion. And with just under 2 minutes left in the second half, I think you've got to say that Cook Islands probably have this one in the bag. All they need to do is just plug the ball up the other end of the pitch. Nathan back on the inside to Ozols. Back to Berryman. And they've got 1 or 2 touches left in this set. Ozols will go in for the strike dump. And the referee has pulled something up here. Just trying to understand what the call is. Was it a forward pass? I think it might have been, judging by the action of the referee. So forward pass is the call. And now Samoa will see if they can finish with one more. They may have lost this one, but as we know, for and against, so important in this competition. Now the ball going back to the middle of the field. That's Watkins. Working with Lole. Watkins spots half a gap. Tries to get on the outside. They're running another phase. Scoops to the short side off a 3-2 ruck. And yeah, I think just running out of space there, Ella Watkins. But a little bit unorthodox when you're getting on that 32 platform, scooping off to the short side. It's not often you'd see it, but she did manage to poke half a nose through, but just couldn't link up with another attacker, another support player. And now Cook Islands, could they even finish by extending their 3-try lead? The ball comes back to the middle of the field. That's a mile forward. The referees have missed that one. Masters on the drive. Berryman comes in with the scoop. Ball goes out to the left. Shanice Nathan touch with the ball, coming back towards the center of the park. Masters goes off the right foot. Watkins says she misses. And the referee on the buzzer will blow a try for the Cook Islands. They will indeed extend their 3-try lead, and they'll push it out to 4. 7-3 is the final score. Cook Islands get this one. They take the spoils over Samoa. And that's a wrap on the Women's Open for the first day of the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. Wherever you're watching from around, not just Australia, but from around the world as well, thank you for tuning in. That's it for this field, for Field 2, but there are still 2 fixtures left on Field 1, so if you can, switch over to that field. We've got a couple more fixtures left in the day. But just wrapping up from this one, a big thank you to our partners, Clutch Entertainment, 7th Touch, Bentley Multisports, Grubby's Burgers, Titi's Club, and of course our primary sponsor in Struddy's Apparel. Thank you for tuning in. Come back and join us tomorrow for more action from the Australia Pasifika Touch Cup.